Good evening. Let's call to order the special council meeting closed session of March 14th, 2023. Before we get started, I'd like to remind participants of some procedural items for this meeting. During the meeting, remote participants will remain muted when not speaking. If remote participants have a question or a comment, please use the raise hand feature. Speakers will be called upon to speak one at a time. Members of the public may participate in person, online, or by telephone to provide public comment. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk in person or use the raise hand feature to request to speak *9 on a telephone. Location and teleconference meeting details are available on the council agenda. Captions are available to viewers accessing this meeting via Zoom. Captions can be displayed or hidden using the live transcript button. Following this closed session, the housing element study session will begin at 5:30 p.m. and regular council meeting at 7 p.m. We encourage the public to stay tuned for the study session and regular meeting. City Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Yes. Mayor Klein,
Present.
Vice Mayor Dean,
Present.
Councilmember Melton,
Present.
Councilmember Cisneros,
Present.
Councilmember Srinivasan,
Present.
Councilmember Mallinger,
Present.
Councilmember Sal.
Present.
Thank you. 7 present.
Thank you. Members of the public will now have an opportunity to address the city council. On the closed session item, members of the public wishing to address council, please submit a speaker card to the city clerk or use the raise hand button now or dial *9 on a telephone to indicate you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, then the city clerk will ask remote participants to unmute their microphone when it is their turn to address the city council. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. For members in person, we have a timer with lights. Green means go, yellow means 30 seconds remain, and red means stop. I have no speaker cards. City Clerk, are there any members of the public wishing to speak virtually?
No, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public comment. City Council will now adjourn to closed session in the West Conference Room. I'll see everyone back here at 5:30 p.m. Good evening. Let's call to order the special council meeting study session of March 14th, 2023. Before we get started, I'd like to remind participants of some procedural items for this meeting. During the meeting, remote participants will remain muted when not speaking. If remote participants have a question or comment, please use the raise hand feature. Speakers will be called upon to speak one at a time. Members of the public may participate in person, online, or by telephone to provide public comment. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk in person or use the raise hand feature online to request to speak *9 on a telephone. Location and teleconference meeting details are available on the council agenda. Captions are available to viewers accessing this meeting via Zoom. Captions can be displayed or hidden using the live transcript button. Following the study session, the regular city council meeting will begin at 7 p.m. We encourage the public to stay tuned and participate in the regular meeting. City clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor Klein,
Present.
Vice Mayor Dean,
Present.
Councilmember Melton,
Present.
Councilmember Cisneros. Present. Councilmember Mallinger,
Present.
Councilmember Srinivasan,
Present.
Councilmember Sal.
Present.
Thank you. 7 present.
Thank you so much. Is there a staff report?
Yes, good evening, Vice Mayor, members of the council, Jenny Carloni, Housing Officer. Tonight, we're here to bring you a study session on our housing element update. Tonight, we have Chelsea Payne, our lead consultant from Ascent, and we also have Ryan Dyson, our housing specialist here, and Trudy Ryan, our community development director. So with that, I'll turn the presentation over to Chelsea.
All right, thank you very much, Jenny. Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of the council. My name is Chelsea Payne. I'm the Director of Urban Planning at Ascent. And I've presented to you before on this item, always remotely, so it's nice to be here in person tonight for this study session. I'm going to start with a brief overview of the housing element. Next slide, please. And talk about some of the key components and our timeline for adoption and certification by the state. And then most of the presentation will focus on 3 key topics where staff is looking for feedback from the council. And that's on the topics of lower income housing opportunities in high resource areas, missing middle housing, and a discussion about park dedication requirements and fees. Next slide, please. So first, for those of you that are new to this discussion, what is the housing element? The housing element is an element or a chapter of the general plan, and it looks at housing needs in the city, and it's a policy document that guides the city's actions related to housing development programs and services. While the element focuses on meeting the housing needs of existing city residents, it's also the plan for how the city is going to accommodate its fair share of the future regional housing need. And unlike other elements of the general plan, there are very detailed requirements in state law for what has to be addressed in the housing element. And it's also the only element that's reviewed and certified by the state of California for compliance with state law. And the Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, is the state department responsible for that review. Next slide, please. Local jurisdictions are required to update their housing element every 8 years. And this is not a new requirement. It's been around, been required of cities for decades, but it's an increasingly complicated exercise as state law is continually changing and constantly adding new requirements to the housing element. Next slide, please. There's a lot of information that goes into the housing element, so it's quite a lengthy document. We start by conducting a needs assessment to describe the housing needs of city residents, and this includes people with special housing needs like seniors, people with disability, and those experiencing homelessness. There's a new requirement to conduct a fair housing analysis to understand if there are issues related to housing discrimination or unequal access to opportunities. We conduct a very detailed inventory of all available housing sites in the city and have to provide a lot of details to demonstrate that those sites are feasible for development in the 8-year period. We look at all potential constraints to housing in an effort to reduce barriers to housing development. And we evaluate the effectiveness of your existing programs. And then based on all of that analysis and input from the community, we update the goals, policies, and implementation programs to address housing needs for the 8-year period. Another key component of the housing element is demonstrating that the city has adequate sites to accommodate its fair share of the regional housing needs. The state assigned the Bay Area region over 440,000 housing units to accommodate across the region. And then based on a methodology adopted by the Association of Bay Area Governments, Sunnyvale's portion of that regional need is just under 12,000 housing units. And that housing target is broken down by the income categories that are shown here, from very low income to above moderate income. You can also see here how the housing target for this planning period compared to the last planning period. Your target this time is more than double the last target. One of the most significant new requirements of the housing element is to prepare a fair housing assessment and to address fair housing through the implementation programs. Assembly Bill, or AB 686, adds significant new requirements, not only for the housing element, but more broadly, it affects the policies and programs of public agencies. So now all public agencies in California have to administer housing and all community development programs in a manner that affirmatively furthers fair housing, or AFFH for short. And what this means is taking meaningful action to combat discrimination, overcome patterns of segregation, and foster inclusive communities where everyone has equal access to opportunities. And this topic of fair housing has really been the center of most of the comments from the state across housing elements across the state. And it's primarily what's been delaying certification of many housing elements. The state is looking for much stronger programs and commitments from local government to really change the status quo related to fair housing. And so the key topics that we're presenting tonight for council feedback are really centered on fair housing related comments from the state and local advocates. So a little bit on our timeline, we published the draft housing element last May, and then following a period of public review and review by the various commissions in the city council, we submitted the housing element to the state, to HCD, on July 8th. And then at the end of their initial 90-day review, on August 6th, we got a comment letter from HCD. And since that time, we've been working on addressing all of those comments from HCD. We also held stakeholder meetings last month to meet with advocates that have been providing feedback on the housing element. And then we're here tonight to get city council feedback with the goal of publishing a revised housing element at the end of this month or early April. And then following another period, a 7-day period of public review, we will submit that to the state for their second round of review. And the state will have 60 days for that next round of review. So after that point, we can bring the housing element forward for adoption and eventual certification. We recognize that the adoption deadline was January 31st, 2023, and we are working as quickly as we can to address HCD comments, but we feel like it's really important to get sign off from the state before we formally adopt the housing element. But we also recognize that there are potential consequences for late certification. There's been a lot of news coverage lately about something called the Builder's Remedy. It's a 30-plus-year-old requirement of the Housing Accountability Act that says that any jurisdiction that doesn't have the housing element in substantial compliance cannot deny certain types of residential development. Projects have to include 20% lower income or be 100% moderate or middle income. There were a few Builder's Remedy projects in Santa Monica that made headlines and other parts of Southern California. And in response, a lot of Bay Area jurisdictions sort of rushed to adopt to meet that deadline, but a lot of those jurisdictions do still need to work with the state to address their comments and formally bring it into compliance. So the city hasn't received any Builder's Remedy applications and considers it fairly low risk. HCD certification is also required for some state funding programs like the One Bay Area grants and affordable housing grants. And we're watching those deadlines closely, but essentially the city can still apply. We just need to make sure the housing element is in compliance before those grants can be distributed. So with that background, on to the main topics for tonight's discussion. For each of these three topics, I'm going to provide a little bit of background, talk about how the current draft housing element addresses the topic, show the comments from stakeholders and from the state, and then present the question that we're asking for feedback from the City Council. So the first topic is opportunities for lower income housing in high resource areas. And because of Assembly Bill 686, the housing element is required to assess how the site's inventory will improve or exacerbate fair housing conditions. And one of the key indicators that we look at is access to opportunity. The state prepares opportunity maps that classify every census tract across the state as low resource, shown in green, moderate resource, shown in teal, and then high or highest resource, shown in shades of blue. And high and highest resource census tracts are those that have the greatest access to goods, resources, and services that offer people the best opportunities for economic advancement, educational attainment, and good health. So you can see here in Sunnyvale that most of the census tracts classified as high and highest resource or south of the Caltrain line, whereas most of the northern portion of the city is classified as moderate resource on these maps. And what we determined in the first draft housing element was that over 70% of the lower income housing capacity was in the Moffett Park specific plan area, which just because there's currently no housing here and it's a very large census tract that goes all the way to San Jose. It is currently classified as low resource. And only about 16% of the lower income site capacity is in the high and highest resource areas. Those are mostly sites within the downtown and the El Camino Real corridor. The state is really looking to ensure that cities are creating more opportunities for lower income housing in higher resource areas to advance fair housing, but also the fair housing census tracts also compete better in affordable housing financing. So that's one of the factors. The largest sites for housing in South Sunnyvale are the village centers, but the density that's currently allowed at the village centers doesn't allow us to classify those as lower income housing sites. In state law, the default density to be able to count a site as lower income site is 30 units per acre. So the village center sites are currently classified as moderate income. And staff recognized this disparity and attempted to address it in the programs. So the current draft housing element includes program H3, which is to identify additional capacity for high density residential in high resource areas, such as the village centers in the south part of Sunnyvale. And we set an objective to create capacity for 100 additional lower income units in high resource areas. And the city received several public comments, comment letters from Livable Sunnyvale and SV at Home primarily. These are local housing advocacy groups. And Livable Sunnyvale recommended setting an objective, increasing the program objective to 1,500 lower income units in high resource areas. And they recommended doing this by allowing at least 30 units per acre in the village centers, and also considering some additional sites to be considered village centers or to allow residential in commercial areas. And in the comment letter from HCD, the state commented that the city has to do more to address the isolation of the lower income RHNA in North Sunnyvale and the lack of lower income sites in South Sunnyvale. The state commented that the city has to include stronger programs to address fair housing and also to take into account the public comments related to this topic. So tonight we're looking for some feedback from the council and how we might revise program H3 to address stakeholder comments and comments from the state. Specifically, we're asking for direction on whether or not we should consider modifying the densities in the village centers to be able to count those as lower income housing sites. And also, well, we've estimated that we could probably get credit for about 750 additional lower income units in high resource areas by making a density change allowance in the village centers. And then based on Livable Sunnyvale's comments, we're looking for some direction on whether or not to consider some additional commercial sites to be considered for residential. Specifically, there's a 12-acre site at the northwest corner of Hollenbeck and Homestead, or Lomans Plaza site. A 3-acre site at the southeast corner of Fremont and Wright. It's currently an office use. 2-acre site at the northwest corner of Wolf and Homestead, and a 1.4-acre site at the northeast corner of Wolf and Homestead. And we can go over those in more detail if there are questions. And the next policy area where we're seeking some council feedback is on missing middle housing. And missing middle it's a popular buzzword to describe housing that's generally smaller and affordable by design to middle income earners, and it doesn't require a subsidy. So duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, or small lot single family are different types of missing middle housing. And missing middle is important in the context of this housing element because it can be a way to create opportunities for housing that fits within existing single family neighborhoods, which can expand housing opportunities in high resource areas. The current zoning code does allow some missing middle housing types like SB9 lot splits or duos, duplexes, accessory dwelling units, but there is more that other cities have done to facilitate these housing types. The current housing element doesn't explicitly contain a program on missing middle, but this was a topic covered in the 2020 housing strategy. The city received comments from Livable Sunnyvale that they wanted to see policies that encourage missing middle housing types. And the state has also been pushing cities to establish development standards that encourage more missing middle housing types, especially in higher resource single family neighborhoods, as a way to affirmatively further fair housing. And this was something that the city's HCD reviewer stressed on phone calls as well. So on this topic, staff is looking for feedback from the council about whether or not to create a new missing middle housing program in the housing element that would be focused on making zoning code amendments that would facilitate missing middle housing in single family zones. So this might include, allowing smaller lot sizes, modifying setbacks, or a ministerial approval for certain housing types. And those specifics could be worked out during implementation, but just to provide some examples. And then the third and final policy area where we're seeking council direction is on park dedication requirements. And this came up as a potential constraint during our stakeholder meetings and in comments from the advocates and from HCD. The city's park fees currently apply to subdivisions and multifamily rental projects. The city doesn't charge park fees on affordable rental housing, ADUs, JADUs, duplexes, or on single family homes that are on existing lots that don't require subdivision. And the fees range depending on density from about 72,000 to about 110,000. But that higher fee isn't quite as common because it applies to more lower density housing, which isn't typical in Sunnyvale. But you can see here how the city's fees compared to fees for surrounding jurisdictions. The fees in Sunnyvale are a bit higher than other jurisdictions in the region. And it's also worth noting that HCD did have comments about the fees being too high in some of these other jurisdictions as well, including in Mountain View. And Mountain View has included a program in their housing element to reduce their park fees. So this is a theme that we're seeing in HCD's comment letters. The current program in the city's housing element is more general and addresses reviewing all types of development fees to ensure that they aren't a constraint on housing. And then it contains less specific language to consider if reductions to the park and lieu fee are appropriate. And this was flagged by HCD as not being a strong enough commitment to addressing this constraint. The city also received a comment letter from YIMBY Law Group stating that the park dedication and lieu fees are a constraint to SB9 lot splits, and suggested that the city allow exemptions for SB9 lot splits or duos. And then HCD's comment letter to the city says that the city needs to provide more analysis of the park dedication requirement as a constraint on housing, include more specific commitments in the fee program, and to address public comments on this topic. Staff is going to provide some additional analysis in the housing element, showing that the park dedication fees generally have not been a constraint on residential development. Over 4,400 housing units were approved during the last housing element cycle that all complied with the park dedication requirement. So that generally shows that it hasn't constrained overall housing production. And because of the fee, the city was able to invest over $60 million in park improvements, including 3 new parks, which are all in moderate resource areas, which does help to affirmatively further fair housing, because investing in moderate resource areas is a fair housing strategy. But staff is seeking council direction on whether or not to include a new program in the housing element to review the park dedication requirement and consider new exemptions, discounts, or reductions, especially for certain types of housing like SB9 lot splits, below market rate ownership units, maybe some other missing middle housing types. And the program could also look at identifying grants or other funding sources for open space acquisition to help offset any fee reductions. So that concludes our presentation, and happy to answer any questions. And then the 3 topics of discussion are presented here.
Thank you so much. That was a great presentation, and I appreciate getting to meet you in person. I'm going to go to public comment first and then to my colleagues. So I'm going to go ahead and open the public comment on this specific item. Members of the public wishing to address council, please submit a speaker card to the city clerk, or use the raise hand button now, or dial *9 on a telephone to indicate you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, and then the city clerk will ask remote participants to unmute their microphone when it is their turn to address city council. Speakers will have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. For members in person, we have a timer with lights. Green means go, yellow means 30 seconds remain, and red means stop. I think I have 2 speaker cards for in person. First up, thank you. I have Chuck Fraley, followed by Martin Pine.
Hello, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. My name is Chuck Fraley, and I'm from livable Sunnyvale. And wanted to start by saying there are a lot of great things in the housing element that was submitted last July. The developments in Moffett Park, El Camino, Long Lawrence, all of these are great developments and very important, and they need to get built. However, we do want to address the affirmatively furthering fair housing topic. We think the housing element does need to do more to address fair housing. There was a great summary in the presentation. We realize that the city has a lot on its plate right now. We don't expect the city to go and identify a whole bunch of sites before submitting the next draft of the housing element. But we would like the city to modify the program H3 that was mentioned, which is trying to find additional sites in the highest opportunity areas. It currently is only committing to finding 100 additional sites. Given that we need to find over 7,000, I think it is, low and lower income sites for this housing element. We'd like to see that number 100 increase quite a bit. And also just speaking on my own behalf right now, I was very encouraged by the comments on the missing middle housing on the presentation. I also think that's a very important area that the housing element should address. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Next, we have Martin Pine.
Good evening. I'm speaking here solely on my own behalf tonight. First of all, I'd like to thank staff for the presentation, but I was a little confused on the process. I know that I've been kind of mentally working off of the old housing element draft from last summer, and I'm really curious when and how long we're going to see this and when council and commissions are going to get a crack at commenting on the revisions, because frankly, I do believe it is vital that we get the housing element approved as soon as possible, but I do not share staff's rather sanguine beliefs on the inability of the builder's remedy to show up in Sunnyvale, but I do think it is important that the people's elected representatives get a chance to weigh in on this, possibly more so than just tonight. Second, regarding on some policy things that were brought up, village centers, absolutely. We don't have enough density in them now. They need to be upzoned. We need to make sure South Sunnyvale does its part for affordably for AFFH. We don't. That is the highest opportunity sites in the city. That's where all the high schools are right now. We need to make sure that we're not just concentrating low income housing in North Sunnyvale. I could go on for a lot longer, but I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Colleen Hausler. And please let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
That is correct. My name is Colleen Hausler, and I've lived in South Sunnyvale for over 25 years. I concur with Livable Sunnyvale's input you've already gotten, and I also, and as a member of Livable Sunnyvale, I support their recommendations to you. On my own behalf, I support higher density in South Sunnyvale, especially in the village centers. Whether that's increasing the percentage of low income or requiring middle income housing to go into the village centers, I don't know. I know a lot of my fellow residents and my neighbors are very concerned about the rents going up for the current retail that is heavily used at those centers. And I look forward to any creative solutions that might be able to mitigate some of those factors so that people can still afford to live, shop where they live. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Are there any other members in public who are members of the public who are here right now who wish to speak before we go to remote participants? Okay, City Clerk, do we have any remote participants wishing to speak?
Yes, Vice Mayor. Our first speaker, Ali Sapperman, followed by Julia Liu. Ali, you've been unmuted and have a minute and a half to address City Council.
Hi, my name is Ali Saperman, and I'm calling in on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition. First, want to take a moment to thank council and staff for taking their time with this housing element and not rushing it. I've been working on housing elements all over this county and others, and I know from what I've heard at HCD, and I've met with them specifically about Sunnyvale, you're also very thankful that you haven't decided to rush things and have tried to get things right. And in order to get things right, there are some room for improvement, particularly the park and lieu fees. They're completely overburdening development and extremely high compared to neighboring jurisdictions. This definitely isn't a small gap. It's quite significant. The total fees are 178% higher than the county average for single family units and a whopping 300% higher in multifamily developments. I don't think that this housing element will be certified until that is addressed. Additionally, in terms of affordable rental requirements, the split income requirements for affordable units doesn't interact well with the state density bonus. It makes it makes it more difficult for developers to take advantage of the density bonus. I'm actually running out of time, so I will be emailing in a comment letter, but just really appreciate everyone's work. Thank you.
Next up, we have Julia, followed by Agnes Veith. Julia, you've been unmuted and have 90 seconds to address City Council.
Hello, I'm Julia Liu with Livable Sunnyvale. Happy Pi Day. Thank you, staff and consultants, for your good work. To realistically enable the building of sufficient lower income housing, we have to increase density. That's housing for people who literally hold us up, including some city staff and DPS personnel, teachers, healthcare, child and elder care workers, grocery and drugstore workers, construction and home repair workers, etc., etc. With village centers, we have an opportunity to make a realistic difference, especially because they are spread throughout the city. I urge you to adopt our suggestion and up program H3 to 1,500 lower income units and increase density to village centers and add sites such as Loman Plaza, which has more than 12 acres of land. As a South Sunnyvale resident for almost 40 years, I welcome those dense housing in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Next up, we have Agnes Veith, followed by Kenneth Javier Rosales. Agnes, you've been unmuted and have 90 seconds to address City Council.
Hello, I'm Agnes Veith, and I am also a member of Livable Sunnyvale. I would like to thank city staff and Ascent consultants for inviting us to the table to discuss our concerns and noting them this evening. In August of 2021, the city held its first community outreach meeting regarding the housing element. Since then, Livable Sunnyvale has been advocating for more housing throughout the city and continues to do so in 2023. Because the housing element guides city policy, I encourage you as city leaders to be bold and document your commitment to the housing element to zone for much needed housing throughout our city. Thank you.
Next, we have Kenneth, followed by Greenbelt Alliance. Kenneth, you've been unmuted and have 90 seconds to address City Council.
Good evening, Mayor Klein, Vice Mayor Dean, and members of the City Council. My name is Kenneth Javier Rosales, and I'm with SB at Home. Thank you for your leadership on this tremendous undertaking, and we'd like to send our appreciation to staff for their increased level of coordination with us on this process and the significant work they have done to respond directly to HCD's review letter. We sent a letter to both the City Council and staff recommending several concrete solutions we believe can help the city get to HCD certification. We appreciate the acknowledgement of some of Livable Sunnyvale's recommendations included in tonight's presentation. However, we remain concerned that the numbers assigned to Moffett Park continue to be unrealistic and that there are few lower income sites in high resourced areas of South Sunnyvale, south of El Camino. We continue to believe South Sunnyvale, with an emphasis on village centers, is likely a necessary step to meet HCD's requirements to affirmatively further fair housing by leveraging additional policy and land use levers. The bar HCD has set is high, and the arguments your jurisdictions have made about being built out is no longer enough. We believe Sunnyvale needs to have a constructive conversation and commit to an expanded process that focuses on solutions to create affordable housing opportunities in South Sunnyvale. We recommend aligning with the current rendition of the Moffett Park specific plan, which means significantly shifting lower income units out of Moffett Park and into South Sunnyvale. We also suggest creating an affordable housing overlay program for South Sunnyvale. And now that AB 2011 is within our reach, we believe we can use this law to also increase lower income capacity in South Sunnyvale. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Greenbelt Alliance. Greenbelt Alliance, you've been unmuted and have 90 seconds to address City Council.
Good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm the South Bay Resilience Manager for Greenbelt Alliance. We really appreciate all the work that has gone into the housing element by staff. However, we do believe there are a number of areas that still need improvement. I'd like to second the recommendations of Livable Sunnyvale in increasing density in Program H3, as well as on expanding affordable housing sites. I really want to encourage the council to review siting of low-income housing, as staff mentioned. AFFH requirements via AB 686 are being taken very seriously by HCD. And right now, there really just aren't enough sites in the highest resource areas of Sunnyvale. It's highly unlikely, based on what we've seen in other jurisdictions, that HCD would approve the element as is. So we encourage review of that. On the parks fee issue, we want to strongly encourage the reassessment of that and the inclusion of a policy in the element to reduce fees. When a fee is at minimum more than $25,000 higher per unit than your neighbors, we really do, neighbors who themselves in turn are much higher than many other nearby areas, we really do need to consider just how this impacts development, especially of affordable housing. And I would note that production of some housing does not mean housing production is not being impeded. Parks are important, but there are better ways to fund them than on the backs of new housing. And I will leave it there. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Vice Mayor, that was the last speaker on this agenda item.
Thank you so much. I'll go ahead and close public comment. I'll turn over to my colleagues. A reminder to my colleagues to use the raise hand button to indicate they wish to speak. First up, we have Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you. And first of all, I'd like to give a huge thank you to staff and the consultants for an excellent presentation on what is truly a monumental amount of work. I know that a tremendous amount of work has gone into this. So I have a couple questions before I get into my comments. So I was doing some back of the envelope math on our projected population numbers for 2040. And the projected population for 2040 is 220,000. Current population is about 156,000. Our parks policy is that we dedicate 5 acres of park per 1,000 residents. That is a delta of 64,000 residents by 2040, which means 320 acres of new parkland would need to be dedicated to meet that standard, assuming that we are at level right now. 320 acres is half a square mile. That is 2% of the surface area of the city of Sunnyvale. Can you talk about, our current progress towards meeting that goal, and if you believe that it is feasible for us to dedicate, 320 acres of additional parkland by 2040? Barely. Can you check your mic? Pardon our dust, folks. This is our last meeting in this building. Let's just do the podium.
It's a little easier on my neck. Trudy Ryan, Community Development Director. It's my last meeting here. I'm about to cry. My first meeting here was July 11th, 1989.
I was 2.
I was going to ask how many people in the room weren't born yet, but I'm not going to do that. I'll wait till my 35th anniversary with the city. Coming before you know it. So the park dedication has a pretty long history in Sunnyvale. So for a long time, the city only required park dedication for subdivisions. And through the creation of new ownership, essentially property, we would collect or we would have land dedicated for parks or occasionally collect the park fee. Sometime in the late 2000s, before you got to 2010, the council was concerned that our standard is 1.6, and we were already well above that standard. And we did an analysis, and without doing any kind of analysis about how much land there already was in the city, we could increase our park standard to 3 acres per 1,000. The council asked us to go back and do some more research, which then said that if you are above a certain amount, you can go up to that amount, but no more than 5 acres per 1,000. So that's on the subdivision code. In the early 1990s, the council was concerned that a lot of apartments were being developed and they were not contributing to the park space. And through a different provision in state law, the council approved a very similar requirement for rental developments. The small difference between the rental and the ownership developments is that deed restricted affordable units were exempt from that park dedication requirement. So, and it only applied to multifamily, which is 3 or more units. So a new duplex that was constructed would not have a park dedication requirement. The fee is in lieu of dedication, and the fee is set based on the value of land. So what would it cost us if we wanted to purchase the land as opposed to having it dedicated? And since about 2012, we've done an annual review of residential land sales. So if you will, the people selling and buying the land have set that park dedication in lieu fee. So they had to consider all of what the city standards were. Do I have to underground? What kind of building standards does this community have? What are the other impact fees that might be associated with development? So that's all factored in when a developer purchases land for development. Just kind of big context for you. The range of numbers that you saw, the highest number is for single family detached up to 7 units per acre. We have not collected that high of a fee in a very long time. Even the last single family subdivision was the Corn Palace property, and they ended up dedicating land to us and us purchasing land from them. So we used park dedication fees that other developers had paid for. The largest and newest park is Muwekma Park, which is 6.5 acres, which didn't quite satisfy the total park dedication requirement for that 1,051 unit new development. So there was a combination of dedication in lieu fee. In that case, there was also some community benefit because property was rezoned to accommodate the same number of units, even though the park dedication standard had increased to that 5 acre per 1,000. Currently, our parks are still above 5 acres per 1,000. So it's legal for us to keep a 5 acre per 1,000 standard per state regulations. We most of the time will get full in lieu fee. However, more recently, we have given credit for some park dedication for open space that's open to the public, which then contributes to the total amount of open space that we have. Another little key factor, see, I told you there's a lot of history. Another key factor associated with parks is the Quimby Act, which allowed the subdivision park dedication, redefined parks to include open space. So there's certain kinds of open space, such as trails, that you can count that you weren't previously able to count. We have not yet gone through and added in certain kinds of trails or pass-throughs that might be able to be counted for that. So sometimes these little pieces start to add up. Between the major development areas, El Camino, Lawrence Station, and Moffett Park, we feel pretty comfortable that either full dedication or privately owned but publicly accessible open space will be provided. To the last question that you had, will we be able to meet the 5 per 1,000? And the Moffett Park specific plan draft that you've looked at does include that 5.34 standard. So we're aiming a little bit higher in the Moffett Park. We're benefited in the Moffett Park area because non-residential development can also contribute to that park dedication, or the park total open space.
So do we have a rough estimate on how much parkland we can expect in Moffett Park?
Well, yes, it's in the plan. I'd look it up, but I don't have full access right now.
Okay.
It's about 300 acres, I think, 280 acres. There's a pretty large area on Lockheed's campus. There's the diagonal
Yep.
that lots of different properties would contribute to. There's other areas where we've worked with property owners about the need for open space for recreation as well as for schools and community facilities and various sorts. So we feel pretty comfortable.
All right, that's actually pretty impressive if we feel we can make that 320 acres number. Okay.
That's at full build out, and full build out is not in 8 years.
No, but this is by 2040. So it's
Yes.
320 acres
Yes.
by 2040, so.
Yeah.
Okay, next question, and this is also probably for you. How much of a delay is caused by the requirement for use permits for large housing projects outside of specific plan areas? Could we remove or streamline this requirement? Would that be something worth considering?
I don't think traditionally there's been a delay in Sunnyvale. We do have a pretty strong ethic about processing applications quickly, providing complete information up front. The state has pushed cities to provide more objective standards, and we'll be coming back to council with more of those objective standards. I think the council may wish to be comfortable with those objective standards before you totally change your process. But one of our processes is a special development permit, which allows a consideration to deviate from a standard, and then we can weigh the pros and cons of that deviation. And that actually, what we learned from developers is a valuable tool to them so that they can just look at things that might be difficult with the orientation of the property and still create a good product without necessarily having to meet every single setback in the dimension that it's prescribed in the zoning code. So that actually has given us some flexibility, but it's really hard to predict the future because of some of the newer state laws.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to switch into my comments now, and I'm afraid they are somewhat substantial, but I will try to be quick. So I want to thank staff and the consultant again. There's a number of things in this document that I really like. I think that they've done a lot of good work on site selection. I think the ADU toolkit program is really exciting. It's a fantastic idea. I'm very excited to see it moving forward. And I am very enthusiastic about Moffett Park, which isn't technically this document, but is so tightly tied to it, because I think that will be a gem for the city. Unfortunately, I also feel like this document, by and large, represents something of a missed opportunity. We had the opportunity to be really bold and transformative with this housing element to really demonstrate our historic and continued regional leadership on housing production. Now, this is not on staff. This is a result, in my opinion, of prior council direction. We chose to see if we could pass a housing element that was essentially in line with our status quo. And it is very clear, based on HCD feedback and everything we've heard tonight, that that is not possible. And I believe this decision has put our city at risk. And I do not consider it low risk. Because we have failed to have a certified housing element submitted on time, we are now subject to the builder's remedy. And I want to spell out what that means for our local residents. Until we have a compliant housing element certified by the state, our local control over land use is suspended. If developers are willing to provide us, frankly, not a tremendous amount of affordable housing, they can essentially ignore our zoning code and our general plan. They could build something completely out of scale with the surroundings. They could put a 5-story building smack dab in the middle of an R0 neighborhood. They could redevelop a village center without providing any retail. This is not academic. Santa Monica received 16 builder's remedy applications while they were out of compliance for a total of 4,500 new homes. And Santa Monica is a smaller city than we are. This was completely unconstrained by their zoning code or general plan. Mountain View has already received 3 builder's remedy applications. So we are in very, very perilous waters right now. And the only way to resolve this state of affairs is to get a compliant housing element certified by the state as soon as reasonably possible. And every single day we go without that compliant housing element increases the risk that we will be targeted by the builder's remedy. So I want us to do everything possible to ensure that the next draft we send to the state is accepted and certified as is. That means comprehensively addressing every single piece of feedback we've gotten from HCD and adding a very substantial safety margin on top. We must demonstrate that we have heard, we have understood, and we are doing everything we can to comply with the state's requirements. That is the only way that we are going to get this draft approved without further revisions. And each revision cycle is likely to mean an additional 90 days of exposure to the builder's remedy. Now, I want to thank Livable Sunnyvale and SV at Home for their letters. We've received a number of excellent suggestions from them, and I hope that we can incorporate much of what they propose. Now, I'm going to go on to what staff asked for explicitly. First, I strongly agree with the need to add a substantial amount of housing, especially affordable housing, to South Sunnyvale. I represent one of the 2 North Sunnyvale districts, and our districts have carried the majority of housing construction in the city for some time now. We've been happy to do so. But every part of the city needs to do its fair share. And it's not just me saying this, it is the state. If we fail to add substantial housing south of El Camino Real, and not just in the ECR specific plan, I believe the state will reject our housing element. This is especially true because North Sunnyvale faces serious equity issues and disadvantages compared to South Sunnyvale, most notably the lack of a high school. So to that end, I am strongly in favor of targeting additional housing construction and affordable housing construction in South Sunnyvale. I want to also point out that yes, South Sunnyvale is not where the majority of our employers are located, but directly across the border from us is Apple, one of the largest and wealthiest corporations in human history. That is directly across the street from us. So I support the proposal to modify program H3 to target greater than 30 units per acre. I believe that that should be a baseline and that the city should provide generous density bonuses for developers who are willing to take specific steps to preserve, protect, and expand retail opportunities on their sites, including measures like retail rent control. So I would be willing to see that density bonus go up to somewhere in the range of 45 to 60 units per acre before the state housing density bonus. Tall buildings do not scare me, but losing our retail does. We should also combine this with an affordable housing overlay in high opportunity areas to allow higher base densities for 100% affordable projects. I agree with the public feedback that we should be actively promoting missing middle housing, support missing middle program in the element, support reduced park fees for missing middle housing. So one obvious step that I believe we could do is to expand our ADU toolkit to include duos. While pre-approved designs for duos might be difficult, I'd suggest including starter designs for various duo configurations on our most common lot sizes, e.g. the 50 by 100 lot that is common throughout the city. I am also interested in exploring legalizing fourplexes by right in R0 to R2. Remember, SB 9 already allows 4 units per lot. This would simply enable the 4 units without requiring a lot split or a flag lot. I'm also interested in exploring legalizing townhouse and row house construction in existing single-family neighborhoods and taking steps to encourage for-sale condo construction in our medium to high-density neighborhoods. This is because even new, a stack flat condo will sell for around $1 million, which is much more in reach for median income households in Sunnyvale than the townhouses, which make up the bulk of our ownership production lately. Regarding parks, I absolutely do believe that our current park fees are a major constraint on housing construction. I think that we absolutely need to exempt duo urban lot split projects from the park fee because otherwise these projects will not be feasible. We need to revisit our broader park mitigation fee structure. And so I'm just going to say that, this is something that's very necessary. And I don't think we're going to get approved if we don't do that. I'd like to call out a few additional ideas. I know we're short on time, so I'm going to be quick. First, I'd like to see us explore opportunities to partner with other agencies to fund civil servant workforce housing. Many of our city employees face very long commutes. Having dedicated workforce housing in the city could help as we seek to fill long-term vacancies. I would like us to explore the redevelopment density bonus idea called out in Livable Sunnyvale's letter. This is essentially a fix to allow redevelopment of older apartment complexes, which is currently impeded by the demolition controls in SB 330. I'd like us to look at including the Fry's site as a potential housing site in North Sunnyvale and reaching out to the landowner to see if they would be interested in having housing there. And I have one last big one, which is parking reform. We have an ongoing study issue looking at our parking minima. I am going to state plainly that I consider our current parking requirements to be badly out of whack, especially when you consider our long-term climate goals. Outside of specific plan areas, it is essentially illegal to build any kind of home in Sunnyvale without providing at least 2 parking spaces. This constitutes a major constraint on housing production. So I would like us to add a program to reduce parking minima and to legalize or even require unbundled parking in new development. This will help us meet not just our housing goals, but our climate goals too, because these minima and bundled parking act as a de facto subsidy for car ownership. So to sum up, I want us to be bold with our housing element. I want us to do everything it takes to ensure that our next revision is accepted by and certified by the state. Let's get this done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mellinger. Next, Councilmember Sell.
Hi, thank you for the excellent preparation and details. Is there some members of the audience mentioned that they wanted to do more reviews of the housing element and other commissions? Is currently that's not in the schedule. It seems like it's coming here and then next it's going to go to HCD. Is there risk to having more delays in review? Or is there more benefit to having it go forward? You were mentioning that there's some grants that we are not right now without a compliant housing unit capable to apply for. But if we get the housing unit in, then we would be, could you elaborate more on that?
Sure. So right now, no, there's no commission or council review baked into this next formal submittal. Really, staff felt that the other modifications being made to the document are minor and the focus points are what's for you tonight. So that's why we decided to come with a study session rather than just completely submitting it without review. So we don't have that in this next draft. What's at stake, as you've heard us talk about, is the builder's remedy. Staff still considers this a low risk, but you never know. So the longer it takes to adopt a housing element, the longer we are subject to potential builder's remedy applications. And then there are funding concerns as well in terms of being able to apply for grants or being able to actually obtain the grants that we have already been awarded. We just can't pull the money until our housing element is certified. So really, these 60-day windows of HCD review are a big hit because that leaves us in limbo for 2 whole months where we could be working on other reviews or other drafts. We do plan to engage strongly with our reviewer during that time to try and speed this process up. But we can't assume that they won't take the full 60 days. So I hope that answers your questions.
And is it true, I was reading somewhere where there's this May date in which if you cross that date, then you're even more prone to penalties if you don't have a compliant housing unit by
I'll have Chelsea answer
the
that
end
for
of
us.
May. Is that true?
I can speak to that. There is, if the housing element is not certified by HCD within 120 days of the January 31st adoption, so that's puts you in May, then if cities that have a rezone obligation, which does apply to Sunnyvale, instead of having 3 years to complete that rezone, you have 1 year. But for Sunnyvale, you're meeting the rezone obligation in Moffett Park. So assuming Moffett Park is adopted within a year, then you wouldn't have anything to worry about. But yes, cities that have a rezone obligation and have to do a lot of work to analyze, identify sites, having only 1 year instead of 3 is a big penalty.
So the current timeline that staff has set out for us meets that end of May timeline, but
It doesn't-
adding more to it might exceed that timeline. Is that?
It doesn't currently, we're not expecting the housing element to be certified by May, because in order to be certified, the housing element needs to be adopted and then by the council and submitted to HCD, and they have 60 days to do that. So in order to be certified by the end of May, you would need to be adopting it this month. And we're just not ready because we don't have we don't know for sure that HCD is going to sign off on the revisions we have at this point. So we aren't expecting to be certified by May, but for Sunnyvale, that that penalty of the 1 year instead of 3 is not really a concern since your rezone obligation is met through Moffett.
Okay. And then on slide 11, you could bring that up. So that's a map of the lower income sites in higher resource areas. And I was just wondering, are the housing units on the El Camino specific plan, are they all the low income sites or are they moderate sites?
I believe the majority are in the low income sites. Or they're
Okay.
in the higher resource region.
Okay, so those count towards low income sites in high resource areas.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then for the village centers, if we were to increase it to 30 units per acre as staff recommends, would there be transportation studies to show if city or other entities need to improve like bus lines and shuttles and active transportation so that added housing at the village center, we would know before the housing is added to also in parallel work on transportation improvements?
So the feedback that we're looking for from the council tonight in terms of that topic is really, it's general. What we need is feedback to be able to update a program. And a program says, we're going to go out and study this. So the study is not going to say A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It's going to say this is a general idea of what we're going to study. And within that study, there's going to be a variety of topics that need to be completed. So if we say, consider studying a minimum of 30 units per acre on all existing village centers, then planning has a task on their hand, not only now with the current village centers, but in future studies of identifying that and working through land use planning processes to identify what's needed for those village centers. So the housing element stays high level, the staff work would go deep into those weeds.
Okay, so there would be some reassurance to the community that studies would occur if we were to increase the densities at these village centers in terms of the community feeling like there's going to be more studies done.
If I could just add, that whole list of studies that you mentioned may not be part of that. Those might be offshoots for things that, because the city doesn't provide transportation, we don't control what the bus lines are, but we do partner with all of the agencies that provide services, schools, VTA, a number of others when we are looking at general plan and zoning amendments. So I can't tell you right now what those studies will be. There'll be some minimum ones to meet the California Environmental Quality Act and the city standard to look at local transportation analyses associated with a change in land use.
Okay. And then in terms of a comment on the increasing the density in the high resource areas, such as the village centers, assuming that there are studies of transportation, whatever method that is, I would support the increased density as staff recommends, assuming that the master plan for the village center also had detailed criteria on step down to single family homes so that the single family home privacy is maintained. I would also like there to be a mechanism, a program for, if possible, retail to be and somehow assisted to be retained, such as community benefit programs to help small businesses during this redevelopment stay or come to the village center. In terms of the missing middle housing, I would support studying that because I believe that in those high resource areas, you probably want families to move in there. And if families are living in neighborhoods with yards, then that's healthy for kids. And so I would support the city exploring that. In terms of the park dedication fee, did I hear correctly that staff believes that they can show HCD that the current park dedication fees does not constrain housing. Is that what I heard?
Yes, so at this time, we are making a general consensus that it's not a critical constraint because of the development in the past that's been able to provide the fees or provide the land.
Okay, so if staff is able to show that to HDC and confident about that, then I would support staff in doing that. I think as we add more housing, more high density housing, that we need to ensure that we keep up with the parks, that these, whatever places you are in Sunnyvale, that you will have access to parks and they will keep up. So I think that's all my questions. I believe I answered all three areas of comments. Thank you very much for your work. Excellent work. Thank you.
Thanks. And if you don't mind, if I could just add in terms of the village centers or the increasing density in South Sunnyvale, if the council could give us a little more feedback on potentially looking at further sites in addition to just increasing zoning on existing village centers, that would help. And we can pull up that slide if that might help as well. So just keep that in mind with your village center feedback.
I guess in my comments, I would support exploring other sites because sometimes when you have it all concentrated in one area, then that doesn't add for diversity. So, you know, some village center area might be slowed down by this or that reason, but then another area might be able to go forward faster. So, and also it would distribute the traffic, so there would be less congestion. So I think some of the ones you mentioned were the Hollenbecks and some other ones. I would support staff in using your best judgment as what are other good potential sites. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Councilmember Cisneros.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'm going to try to be brief. I don't know how good at it I'm going to be, so apologies in advance. First, I want to say great work. The HCD asked for additional depth and disaggregation of the demographic data we were giving them. And I think you hit the nail on the head. A lot of additional information. I think it was really illuminating, and I'm glad that we did that, as well as responding directly to the public comments we got. That was something, again, I heard that time and time again throughout the presentation, and I think the HCD is going to really like that. But first, before I say anything else, I want to say, as Councilmember Mellinger said, Mountain View, our very close neighbor, has 3 builders remedy sites, and I don't think we're that much different than them. Even cities where you're historically good at building housing are getting hit with these every week. I hear of a new one. It's not just Huntington Beach, which the Attorney General called out by name in a tweet coming for them. So he's not messing around this time, and we got to take it seriously, because the village centers, as council member mentioned, we could just not have any say in it at all. And that's the last thing we want. That's the last thing those neighbors want. And I consider going as quickly ahead with being in compliance as we can by getting it right this time around is going to be the thing that really supports those neighbors who are concerned about developments in their neighborhoods. We need to keep control. I'd like a say in what happens there. So I have a couple questions. Can you remind me how we did on our last RHNA cycle?
We achieved technically our RHNA. We were just over the total. However, we did not achieve it per income category. So we met, I believe, the above moderate. We came closer to moderate, and we're far behind in very low and low. And actually, at your next council meeting, you'll see the annual progress report where that's totally broken down for you.
Okay. And that's very helpful. I'm just thinking of how, how we can shine ourselves up, build that credibility with the state so that we can avoid those terrible things happening to us. And then one of the public commenters mentioned that the inclusionary income requirements, as in the percentage of what kind of affordability, could pose a significant hurdle to development. Can you talk about that? I heard that and it caused concern.
Yeah, staff hasn't heard that actually. We recently split that inclusionary requirement to very low and low because of the struggles we were having with our RHNA. So as opposed to just saying, we'll take all moderate, we were looking and seeing where's our true gap. And that's why we split that inclusionary. And so it has been successful. We are seeing more very low income. There's caveats to the density bonus where your inclusionary goes towards your density bonus calculation. So yes, I can see a few points where it might be a little bit tricky to calculate based on the two buckets of income, but we haven't had any concern. Our city attorney and our planning department work closely on density bonus, so we haven't heard that as commonly.
Okay, that's good to know. It was something new that had came up, so I thought I'd ask. Just gonna watch that. I think we have a very reasonable number now, right now as well. But as far as I know, compared to other cities, but let's look at it to make sure that we're getting the results that we're trying to get here, and not discouraging development entirely, that's net 0% affordable in that case if you raise it too high. So something that I thought of when I was reading this in terms of how we can not only increase access to the high resourced area, but give more access to our moderately resourced neighbors, right? And one of those things is, would putting in that we're looking at building a new library branch, adding that additional resource be something that we can tell the state we're adding, and that's a significant community resource. Is that something that we've considered putting in here?
Yeah, we actually do talk a lot about the capital projects that we're doing in
I see.
North Sunnyvale. I think in this new draft, we've added a substantial analysis to show, gosh, is it 80-90% of our recent capital projects have actually been in North Sunnyvale. So we're painting a much brighter picture of that to show HCD, you might call this low resource, but in our eyes, it's not low resource. And we're putting so much into North Sunnyvale. So yes, we're working on that.
Awesome. I love to hear it. Check. And then the HED letter mentioned that our SB 9 ordinance is not in compliance with the law. Where are we in the process of remediating that?
I'll see if Trudy can answer that one.
Well, you have me on the SB 9. We do have a letter about our accessory dwelling unit regulations not being in compliance, and we are responding to that. So I'll have to look up the comment on SB 9.
Yeah, so that was the ADU, and maybe when I was thinking about the SB 9 non-compliance, it was the park fees.
Right, they made a comment that
Okay.
it could be potentially be a barrier. So the SB 9, just so you're clear, if there's a subdivision, our current regulations would require a park dedication fee. To me, it makes sense because you're actually creating value in that property when you subdivide it at a different rate than if you're adding the units. So if you're adding the units and not subdividing, you're not subject to the park fee. So the units can still be added whether or not there's a subdivision.
Yeah,
But I mean, if that's the feedback we get from the council, that we will add that as a policy.
sure. I would
Yeah.
really like to see that. I'm just thinking of the one individual in District 2 who wanted to do a lot split, and he was facing $100,000 bill for the park fee. And to somebody who makes a normal amount of money, was fortunate to buy in a good time, it makes it doing effectively impossible.
It was slightly less than that, but it was still a lot of
Yeah,
money.
yeah, something around
Yeah,
100,000.
but again, if he were to sell that property, one could argue he would get all that money back.
Okay. And is there a way to pay that over time, or is that I'd be interested in thinking about over time, because that just shuts it down completely for people who would otherwise be able to do it.
Well, one of the things that we can look at, if we add this as a program, is discounted fees for various types of development. So that would be part of what we could look at.
Okay, that sounds good. That was just a concerning situation and made me think about how other people are seeing it too. So the other question I had was, we've talked about it a lot, was the village centers, the big thing to get the kind of very low and low affordability levels we would need. According to my back of the envelope, I've not done math without a calculator in a long time. We need to add at least another 850 units if we go, is that right, roughly? Or maybe let's not get on the right number, but we need to increase the density specifically. But we've talked about needing to go to 30 at least.
We need to go to 30 units per acre to be able to count the site as a low income site. There's not necessarily a threshold we have to hit, but what the state is looking for is, let's shift some of those units from Moffett Park, from North Sunnyvale down into South Sunnyvale. So how that's done, we have to figure out, but they have to be zoned 30 units per acre. And right now village centers are not, so that's why they're just not included.
Yeah, they're not included. And so without that, we really don't have, we saw that slide 11, right? That really stark difference without that. And so in the comment letter as well, they mentioned that we needed to be more concrete and make more promises, more concrete promises. What does that look like for council? So let's say we want to, council tells you we want to do 30 units an acre. Do we need to pass resolutions, or on the council side, what does that look like?
So with the housing element, what we would take from tonight is if there's consensus, we would include the new program that says we're going to look at a minimum of 30 units per acre. Then what we do is we implement that program. So whether that's through a study issue or it's just through working with staff, then we will identify what needs to be done there. And obviously there's going to be items that come to the council. So the housing element, again, is the policy document that trickles down into how it's going to be implemented by staff. So there's a whole process there.
Okay, so, and we're good with them on that, because I saw that comment and was wondering, we need to change.
Yeah, so that's the reason really tonight that we're focusing on this topic, is to make sure we have the council feedback to be able to create that program to then implement it in the future.
Awesome. Awesome. That helps with that a lot. Wanted to make sure that we hit that point. And kind of going back to slide 11, giving us that look at north-south, when I see that, I see like the lion's share of why we would be subject to the builder's remedy, why we don't have a compliant element, and why we maybe won't be able to have one, right? Yeah.
To be honest, I think it goes back to Councilmember Mellinger's comment too, is previously on paper, our housing element with Moffett Park coming online was probably the easiest housing element to write in the entire Bay Area. We quickly realized that the state was not accepting the previous versions of housing elements. And even though you might have a gold mine of land that other cities don't have, it doesn't matter anymore to HCD. And that's what we're struggling with, is even though we have land, we now have to create new policies to make sure we're affirmatively furthering fair housing. And so that's why we're here.
Yeah, absolutely. And something I thought of when I was looking through the report was getting a further disaggregation of how many acres per zoning district that we have in our site inventory. For me, that would help me understand how we're affirmatively furthering fair housing. And I would think it would help the HCD as well if we break it down by zoning district, because we can go ahead and identify that as moderate resource, high resource, et cetera. And then, yes. So I appreciate Councilmember Mellinger's comment on missing middle and high resource, especially a policy to include duo units in our policy. What are the challenges there? It seems like to me if I want to create a missing middle program, I think it's very important. People who make a moderate amount of money also need a place to live here. That's many of us. So what does that look like? What would we need to do to include those? Because I heard some concerns around the design.
So missing middle goes a bit above the duo process. So the duos are already a tool, but missing middle is saying what other tools exist. And this missing middle concept can help us achieve units in South Sunnyvale as well. So the duos are covered. Missing middle, again, is looking creatively at a few zones we have in Sunnyvale, identifying how we can accommodate certain parcels. Maybe a neighbor purchases the parcel next door. Well, instead of just rebuilding 2 or building 4 with a duo, let's look creatively at how there could be smaller lot minimums to accommodate more of a fourplex type, or not a fourplex, but 4 smaller units to hit that price point. So missing middle goes above duo. And again, we don't have the specifics yet. We're just looking for the feedback on if the council is interested in that topic and us exploring what that could look like. And there would be a lot of planning behind that.
Yeah,
program.
absolutely. That really helps me contextualize what that policy looks like. And I want to affirm that, yes, I do want to see that. If people are concerned about what that would look like in their neighborhood, because it is a change, they should go to Heritage Park neighborhood downtown. You see apartment buildings, triplexes, fourplexes, duplexes with single family homes mixed in on the same street, same block. And parking's not really a problem down there, and it functions really well. So if people are concerned, I recommend. It's a beautiful neighborhood. It's really fun. Checking it out, because that's what it looks like in practice. And I know that those zonings were from a long time ago. That's an old neighborhood. But I'd love to see that more. I think when people see it and understand what it is, they'll like it. I sure do. So, and a couple of things that are in the housing element, but we didn't have time to touch on in the presentation. One is tenant protections. As far as that affirmatively furthers fair housing, you mentioned the female-led headed households. I've been one of those before, and how vulnerable some of our residents are to practices. I'm thinking of this one time. It was actually in District 4. I was living in an apartment complex, and I was harassed by my landlord every other week with an eviction notice for things I can prove never happened. If just cause eviction is extended to day 1, that would protect that, like that anxiety and that real eviction threat from happening to people who aren't doing anything necessarily. This is just saying, you have to evict somebody for a good reason. And right now, we have just cause for after 1 year. I think it should apply day one. And I think that would be a really good addition to our policies regarding tenant protections. And then I'd like to talk about also supporting the unhoused. That's part of this too. That's part of the affirmatively furthering housing. As we're seeing, it's a very big umbrella of things. We need to really get a move on and think about how we're going to move on safe parking, for example. We've talked about it before. A previous council wasn't that enthusiastic about it, but it's clear we need to do it. The Fry site, until it's redeveloped, I'm just thinking maybe, I don't know if those things have been explored. And then what we've already talked about and proposed about supporting the unhoused and more. So I'd love to see additional policies or programs we could potentially implement, get really creative with how we can address the housing crisis. The cities just aren't doing enough, and that's all cities, most cities, and we can always do more. And that includes, tenant protection support, preventing people from becoming homeless, and that's a really critical driver as well, and furthers that goal. So then I will address your questions. Yes, I do believe we need to go back and at least revisit the park fees issue, hearing and seeing that we have a gap that big. Why? Like, I understand, and Trudy gave a wonderful history there, but I'd like to see if we can change that, especially for lot splits and smaller developments, thinking how we can make sure that development is accessible for every type, because we need every kind of housing, and that's clear, especially low income, but we need every kind. And doing that, creating a missing middle program, as I mentioned before, is really critical. And yeah, the park dedication requirement is included in there. Lower income sites, I touched on that as well. I think we need to be very ambitious with that. And that all goes to say, I think we need to meet HCD expectations and increase it by 20%, because we've already gone through a round. And I do not want to come back and have to revise again. I think that we can get it this time, but that means being more ambitious than we have been. And just as a comment, we had talked about the Human Relations Commission before. What kind of items would come before them? I would consider housing element to be something that I would want to come before the Human Relations Commission. Just making a note of that to make sure to get that perspective on affirmatively furthering fair housing. We can really go deeper there. So that's all my comments. Thank you so much. And this has been fun, but I think I don't want to do it anymore. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mayor Klein.
Sure, I'll try to be as short as possible since we've run out of time. First, I just want to say I appreciate staff's presentation. I do think that, unlike other council members have said, staff has taken this very seriously and trying to come up with an appropriate response to the state, as well as our initial plan. You look at, and from the questions that you were asking, it's like, as far as areas of opportunity, higher resource areas, I do think that evaluating village centers as a higher units per acre makes sense. What we can do as far as step down of those properties and trying to retain that retail component. That being said, two things are broken at the state level, one of which is affordable housing less than 30 units an acre is still affordable housing. And to me, that's ludicrous from a state standpoint. The other thing, of course, is we can do whatever we want to try to encourage retail and make these sites walkable. That being said, the state has already basically allowed developers to exempt that if they really want to. So no matter what our housing advocates will say, or a council or staff would say, they could actually exempt that. I do think that additional areas along Homestead Road make total sense. I think looking at potential areas as transitional sites along that site. So adding those sites besides the village centers or considering them to be village centers makes total sense. As far as programs, and from my standpoint, an ADU program, and just to clarify again, ADUs as we're currently envisioning them is missing middle to some degree.
I don't think we'd consider it missing middle per se. I'm getting a maybe from our consultants.
And so in looking at what some other cities are doing, they are actually considering, a more robust ADU program. whether or not we're funding that through housing mitigation fees to then conceivably put deed restrictions in, so they are available to teachers, available to public safety, available to middle income people. I think that, changing that ADU program, I think would be very viable in my standpoint to try to make sure that we actually have some better opportunity. Past councils did industrial to residential, and we've got a lot of residential. And thank you for focusing on the value that we've added to North Sunnyvale. That being said, when you're looking at where we built housing, it's because we have taken old industrial locations and converting them into additional housing. And so we've been very forward thinking as far as that's concerned. As far as new programs, yeah, I'd be fine looking at the park dedication fees. I do think making exclusions, not specifically for lot splits. I know that multiple residents who've done lot splits without SB 9 over the last few years have been working just fine as far as park dedication fees and then selling off the second unit. But as far as exclusion for affordable housing, I do think that that's important. So of the 15%, and whether or not the overall numbers need to be adjusted downward slightly, I do think it's important that as we're creating affordable housing, the percentage that's affordable is, the 15% conceivably is a reduction in the cost for that overall complex. So, and the rest of that complex paying a higher percentage, of course, or paying whatever the standard percentage park dedication fee says. I have a few more comments, but I'm going to, I'll give them to you offline for sake of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Klein. Next, we have Councilmember Srinivasan. And before I go to the rest of my colleagues, I do want to mention we are running against the clock. So I encourage all my colleagues, myself included, because I'm after this, to try and aim for brevity as much as they can. Thank you. Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. And then thanks staff and consultant for an excellent presentation. This is a very, very tough topic, because on one side you have to deal with state and then the neighbors. And then the other critical thing, you mentioned this, that we don't get credit for Moffett Park, which as a former sustainability commissioner, it's a shame. We need job centers, housing near job centers. Apple is one employer. And then as we know, there are a lot of things coming on Valco Center and all those housing. We will not have Apple employees, very, very few employees on this side of Sunnyvale. But having said that, even for vehicle miles travel, state should have considered Moffett Park as a high opportunity. Except high school, we don't have any other thing. It's an innovation center. It's a great sustainable blank slate as such, yet we don't get credit. Having said that, you have done a tremendous job with all the restrictions and constraints state is imposing on us. So let me quickly say about the 3 questions because we are running out of time. On the current program to add modify site for high resource areas, absolutely, we should be looking at that. And then having said that, having lived in that area for more than 25 years, I don't know whether we can accommodate some of the things, but there are certain pockets which are older. For example, on Olmsted Road, there are some pockets which are available. Whether we will be able to build a lot of housing, I'm not quite clear about that. And then regarding missing middle, absolutely, we should accommodate all income levels. So I am for that. And then regarding the park dedication, the council member Sel and then mayor said this, if the program is working fine, and then if the staff can justify to the state that it has not impacted the housing production, I am okay with that. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor Dean. I'll just
mention, I said to my esteemed colleague to my right, Mayor Larry Klein, I said, I encourage you, Larry, to say what you got to say in public, because this is a really important topic. Don't hold back, right? We already blew past 7 o'clock. So I'll just mention that I whispered that to the mayor a couple of minutes ago. I have some questions for our consultant, Chelsea. Can we talk for a second, please? And I think you've done a fantastic job, and having watched your work and listened to your words on Zoom and now here in person, I think one of the tremendous value adds that you bring to the city of Sunnyvale is that you do this for a living for many cities, and you work a lot with the professionals in Sacramento. Am I on the right course so far? This is your profession, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So would it be fair to say that you should have a pretty good sense of what it will take for Sunnyvale to get across the finish line?
Yes, I will say it's a bit of a moving target, but yes, I would say generally stronger commitments. HCD does not like the word study, consider, evaluate. They want firm commitments in the housing element. They want clear objectives, and they want specific timeframes. So as clear as we can be about what the intent is, the more likely we are to get this certified by the state.
Yeah, that's good. Here's generally the feedback that I would provide to you, Chelsea, and to Jenny and to Trudy, which is I want us to do just what is necessary in the forthcoming revision to get this thing across the finish line. I understand our members of the public have talked about the builder's remedy, and I have some comments that I can make about that. You know, Huntington Beach did what they did to draw the ire of the Attorney General. Sunnyvale is not doing what Huntington Beach did to draw the ire of the Attorney General, not by a long shot. The city of Sunnyvale has a policy that we've had in place for decades that says you can't layer a second builder's remedy application on top of an existing application. You can't do that in Sunnyvale. So some of these builder's remedy applications, right, are things you can't do in Sunnyvale. So I get the risk of builder's remedy in Sunnyvale, but you know, I contextualize it, I think, a little bit differently than what I've heard previously in this meeting. So I just wanted to toss that out there, and that informs me that from a policy and what do we do next standpoint, I say what I say, which is we need to get this across the finish line. But I don't see us jumping off a bridge or doing anything, you know, more than what's necessary to get it across the finish line. So I felt like I wanted to say that. I agree completely with Councilmember Srinivasan to my left here. I wish there is a solution, Chelsea, and I know that you'll pursue it if there is. This whole thing where Moffett Park has been deemed a low resource area is just an artifact of some census district, and it's completely bogus, right? And if there was a way to account for the high opportunity that exists in Moffett Park, then we should avail ourselves of that. And that's where you come in, Chelsea, from where I sit. And that's your expertise. That's what you negotiate with HCD through your work and everything. I have a question for Trudy, which is, Trudy, right now we're doing simultaneously the housing element and we're doing the Village Center Master Plan outreach. And it's kind of interesting because we're taking this feedback from HCD on the housing element, and at the same time we're reaching out to the community on Village Center Master Plan. And the feedback that we're getting through both processes tend to be a little bit opposite, if you will. So feedback that everybody's received from residents, for example, on Fremont and Mary Village Center Master Plan was along the lines of, you know, wait a minute, how did we go from 3 to 4 stories on the Village Center Master Plan to now all of a sudden we're talking about 4 to 5 stories? And what does that mean for traffic? What does that mean for public services and all of that? So Trudy, where are we going with the Village Center Master Plan, and how do I reconcile what's happening vis-a-vis public comment on the Village Center Master Plan versus where we're going on the housing element?
When we started our outreach showing examples of design situations for the village centers. To back up a little bit, we started the outreach by just going out to neighborhoods and introducing the topic of what is a village center. That was before we had submitted the draft housing element to HCD and before we had received their feedback. But by the time we went out with examples of what it could look like, we already had this information about maybe we would want to look at higher densities at the village centers. So that's what we prepared were a variety of designs to get the community feedback. So it's not a council didn't ask us to do that. The council hasn't accepted it yet. The council still has that opportunity for giving the direction, but it seemed timely to go ahead and explore that so that when we do come back to you with some of the draft village center design master plans, essentially, you'll have the benefit of that variety of public opinion. And you've already heard a variety between the feedback on the village centers, largely from the Mary Fremont, but other members of the community have expressed both positive and negative comments. So that's where we are.
Thank you, Trudy.
Okay.
Can we talk a little bit more? So I appreciate that. So some of our advocates in the community have talked about let's increase 1,000 to 1,500 on the village centers. And so if I said that I'm interested in exploring that, is that sufficient for the feedback that you need tonight? I'm okay in exploring that, or does staff need like sort of a final, yeah, let's go for it? What is helpful for staff on that?
Yeah, I think we need to work a number together when we put a new objective standard together for HCD to consider. We weren't asking that the council give us a number other than at least 30 units per, that we explore at least 30 units together as the units per acre as the objective standard, and potentially increase the number that's there right now, which is only 100 units.
Okay.
1,500, that would be 60 units per acre. Just so you know, on the existing sites.
Okay, so thank you, Trudy. Let's
Yeah.
keep talking. So I'll just express to staff on the village center piece. I appreciate the input from members of the public about additional potential sites. I think the ones on Homestead really resonate to me as being logical. There was one on Fremont and Wright that I think is logical. I'll just note, Jenny and Chelsea, the one on Wolf and Fremont and El Camino, which to me would be sort of across from Butcher's Corner, makes no sense at all. If I heard that correct, as that's an advocated for site, I would say that that location, Fremont, Wolf, El Camino, makes no sense to me as a village center. And so I would advocate against that.
Let me just interject that that gas station and the Wendy's have already been authorized for general plan amendment
Review.
study. So we're in the midst of that.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. That's a helpful reminder. Got it. So let's keep talking. Trudy, can you help me remember, it was said that missing middle was part of the 2020 housing strategy. Can you help me remember what that is, please?
Well, we discussed missing middle. There's not a specific strategy about missing middle. Am I misstating that?
It wasn't
I'm
fleshed
gonna
out as
let
part of,
Jenny give you a more educated response to that one.
thank you, Trudy.
Yeah.
So there was a strategy for missing middle, but kind of like the housing element, it's a program. It's fairly vague. It's to go, I don't have the exact wording, but it's to go explore a missing middle program in Sunnyvale. And so because that work wasn't accomplished in the past 2 years, we're hoping to roll that into the housing element. So it would really just be taking one from the other. But again, it wasn't specific.
That's the way I remember it too, Jenny. So thank you for that. I'll express that I support that in terms of the feedback that staff was looking for on the housing element. And then I want to talk about the park dedication fee for a second. And Chelsea, can you and I just talk one more time, please? Thank you. So I've heard our members of the public express their viewpoint with great levels of certainty that there's no way that HCD will approve our forthcoming submission of the housing element unless we do something drastic on park dedication fees. What's your opinion, please?
That's a hard one to predict. I think what we've heard the most about from HCD is the impact of the park dedication fee on SB 9 lot splits. I think mostly that came because of a public comment letter. So HCD honed in on that because that was raised in a public comment letter. So that's been the primary focus of that comment. But high park fees in general are something that HCD does focus on. Hard to say. It's really hard to say if it's just about certain housing types or overall. I think we need to have more conversation with our reviewer, honestly, on that one. So far, it's mostly been focused on what came out of public comments.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that, Chelsea. And so I'll just wrap up my comments by talking for a second about park dedication fee. My response is no way. I think park dedication fee has been an outrageous success for the city of Sunnyvale over a multitude of years. And I get that it's easy to bag on, actions taken by previous city councils. So let me flip that script upside down and express my appreciation for previous councils on many different fronts for where we are today. And one of those is the park dedication fee. And I find myself in concurrence with staff that generally speaking, anecdotally, I can conclude just from where I sit right now that it's not been a hindrance. I think the Corn Palace and Muwekma Park, which were cited by staff as an example of how this thing works, does work. As far as I would be willing to go, Chelsea, if it was absolutely necessary to ram this thing across the finish line with HCD, I would be willing to offer a commitment to study it. But this notion that we need to do something drastic on park dedication fees based on a theory and a comparison of Sunnyvale to other cities that may or may not be valid just doesn't work for me. And I'm just expressing my own opinion. So it would be with tremendous reluctance and also just expressing my sense of the pulse of the community who treasure open space here in Sunnyvale and recognize that Sunnyvale does great things. And thinking about Measure M back in 2016, that whole episode was born from one comment made in public long ago that fueled speculation that Sunnyvale was of a mind to start selling park space, and it was not accurate. It's not something that Sunnyvale's ever intended to do, but I take that as a lesson that Sunnyvale treasures its open space, and I think it's an appropriate amount where we are right now, but could be worthy of study. Oh, and by the way, Sacramento may very well just legislate something on park dedication fees for all we know sooner than we realize. So those are my comments. I'll just put a marker out there, Vice Mayor. I really appreciate your presiding over the public hearing today. It's not an easy thing to do. So I wanted to express my gratitude for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Melton. I'll jump in, and I think where I want to start is I do want to give a shout out actually to the mayor for his willingness to be dedicated to allowing us to move to the next part of the meeting. I know there are many members of the public who are here for the 7 p.m. meeting. We are getting to it. And I think I'll follow that example and also truncating my comments. I think where I'll start is, there are a lot of things I had listed out that I did want to mention tonight, but a lot of them thankfully were mentioned by my colleagues. So one way that I'll shorten it is by saying everything that Councilmember Mellinger said. If you just take what he said, I agree with all of them. I think the only things where I'm going to add on to it is when we talk about putting more units of affordable housing in the high resource areas, specifically the ones that are south of the Caltrain line. I would want to put an exact number of at least 1,000 affordable units there. That's the number I'd want to see. Along with that, I know we have a number of motels along Matilda, kind of called Motel Row, that runs between actually Councilmember Mellinger's district and into my district. I would love to have those also assessed as areas that we could potentially put more housing and convert some of those into housing or rezone it accordingly. But I trust staff and staff's leadership on that of what they think is doable. And on top of that, when we go into a couple of the specifics I already mentioned, I think unbundling parking is a great idea and a great strategy that we can use, especially for duo units and for ADUs. I think we're, making sure that not only are parking unbundled, but also, as much as I agree with actually what my colleagues have said about how important park dedication is, and I agree. I think park dedication is something that we do strongly in the city of Sunnyvale. I think for ADUs and duo units and lot splits, that's an area where we can look at potentially lessening our requirements for park dedication. On top of that, I do want to give a shout out to our incredible advocates that we've heard from tonight, Livable Sunnyvale, Silicon Valley at Home, Greenbelt Alliance, and many others. I agree with a lot of what they're saying. And I appreciate the leadership that they're doing. And I think I'll close by just giving a big shout out to staff. I think, you heard the mayor say, and it's a sentiment I want to concur with, which is staff has done a really good job. I think they were given directions by previous councils that had, different frameworks, different ideas that they're coming in mind with, and staff did a really good job of implementing that. And I'm really excited by what I'm hearing tonight. I'm really excited by the change in pace and instructions that I'm hearing from my colleagues. And it's kind of changing the way that we look at it. And a lot of it is because of that reality of the barrel that we're looking down. If we're not able to get this across the finish line, there are a lot of things that the city could face. And so when I'm thinking about it and the things that I'm saying, that's what I have in mind, where we do need to turn the dial up a little bit more than we originally would have, because we are protecting our residents' best interests. We're keeping our residents a part of the process and not letting the state and not letting builders' remedies come in and usurp it away from them. And so those were all of my comments. I think just one question I want to close on to staff. If we had further comments, I know one thing that staff asked about was even, are there areas outside the village centers that we could look at in those areas? If that's not something on the dais, I think I could say pinpoint exactly. Is there an avenue through which those of us who are here on the dais today can give that feedback to staff?
If you would just send them to me and the city manager, and we'll
Okay, perfect.
look at them.
That's what I'll do. And I think, part of the reason I asked that is for my colleagues. I know I encourage everyone to be brief. So if there are things that you have left that you want to say, that is an avenue we can do that by. Councilmember Mellinger, I see you have your hands up. Can I give you a 1-minute limit and let you do that?
I think I might be able to do this in 30 seconds. First off, I want to say thank you. Me too to Councilmember Cisneros' suggestion of extending just cause to day one. Strongly support the idea of looking at Motel Row. And I want to just close by echoing Vice Mayor Dean's sentiment. Staff has done a tremendous job on this document. My issue was with the direction that was set, not with which the work the staff has done. So I really want to close with that. And I really want to emphasize, staff has done some pretty fantastic work here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, this meeting is adjourned at 7:22 p.m.
And just to let everyone know, we'll take about a 7-minute break and come back at 7:30.
Is it working? Is it working? Yeah. I don't know. I get a few extra steps if I can jump up. Yes, exactly. Part of your fitness program.
Oh, there you go.
You're the first one out of here.
Say that right, it's called the Citizen Academy. See how it. Yes.
I'm an awkward word though. Just a little bit, so I'm not, so. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, I'm taking that off. Have you been? Were you on vacation?
Good evening. Let's call to order the council meeting of March 14th, 2023. Welcome to the last council meeting in our old city hall. Thank you for everyone who's here. Before we get started, I'd like to remind participants of some procedural items for tonight's meeting. During the meeting, remote participants will remain muted when not speaking. If remote participants have a question or a comment, please use the raise hand feature. Speakers will be called upon to speak one at a time. A random order voice vote would be administered by the city clerk for each vote. Members of the public may participate in person, online, or by telephone to provide public comment. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk in person or use the raised hand feature to request to speak, *9 on a telephone. Location and teleconference meeting details are available on the council agenda. Captions are available to viewers accessing this meeting via Zoom. Captions can be displayed or hidden using the live transcript button. Comments on matters not on the agenda must be submitted prior to the time I call the item for oral communications. Comments on agenda items must be submitted prior to the time I close the public hearing on that agenda item. Speakers are requested to keep their comments to no more than 3 minutes, and time limits will be strictly enforced. Guidelines are posted on the city's website and on the council meeting agenda. Please first join me in a salute to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next is roll call. City Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Mayor Klein,
Present.
Vice Mayor Dean,
Present.
Councilmember Melton,
Present.
Councilmember Cisneros. Present. Councilmember Mallinger,
Present.
Councilmember Srinivasan,
Present.
Councilmember Sal.
Present.
Thank you. 7 present.
Thank you. Next is our closed session report. Vice Mayor, can we have closed session report?
Thank you. Council met in closed session today and there's nothing to report.
Thank you. Now we have 2 special orders of the day. Let me go up to the dais. To the left turn. Before we continue tonight's meeting, we have a special guest joining us for Women's History Month. Joining us tonight is Margaret Lawson from the Sunnyvale Historical Society and Heritage Park Museum. Margaret, please come forward.
Go ahead. This is the closest I want to be to that day of. In celebrating Her Story Month, I'm going to tell you about 3 women named Pat who made history in Sunnyvale. Pat Miller and council members Pat Verreter and Pat Castillo, whose the pictures aren't there anymore. Anyway, 50 years ago, the US Supreme Court handed down the Roe v. Wade decision. Before that, all abortions were done in hospitals after 2 psychiatrists said it was okay. Right after that decision, a woman named Pat Miller of Stanford, a forward-thinking feminist, founded Family Planning Alternatives, or FPA, right across the street at 505 West Olive Suite 210. It was a freestanding clinic, and it offered services for women and men, contraception, STD checking and treatment, vasectomies, prenatal care, education, and abortions. It was supported, staffed by doctors, nurses, nurse practitioners, and support staff, and I was the nurse practitioner there in the clinic for 25 years. Things cruised along until the late 80s and early 90s when protesters began to hassle patients who were going to the clinic. The first time, there were about 200 people outside the clinic in the parking lot, on the porch, in front of the door, and we were inside and couldn't get out. And they hassled the clients. They put glue, they created all kinds of mischief. They put glue in the locks so we couldn't get into the clinic. They put a hose through the mail slot and turned on the water one weekend, so the place was flooded. They followed staff in their cars. Our doctor wore a bulletproof vest, and he used to stay at our house a couple of times because they found out where he lived, and they would go to his house and hassle them. Well, obviously, public safety officers had to come and protect the clinic. My guess is that Ronelle Deach, I hope I'm saying her name correctly, who was Sunnyvale's first female public safety officer hired in 1975, was among those who were present to protect the clinic. And they had to control the protesters. And we also had volunteer escorts outside the clinic who would escort the women and their partners into the clinic. In the early 90s, 2 council members, Pat Castillo and Pat Verreter, helped pass an ordinance, sometimes called a bubble law, which kept everybody, all the protesters away 200 feet from the clinic. And I think that it still exists. Anyway, it enforced the distance which the protesters had to stay away from the clients and from the entrance. At that meeting, when that ordinance was passed, the council members took a strong stand, which wasn't easy because this room was packed and everybody was very passionate about their position. The tension in this room was palpable. And I think it's kind of appropriate that this is the last meeting in this room because I just can remember how this room was at that time. The clinic was very grateful for the support of the council, led by the 2 Pats, Pat Castillo and Pat Verreter. Well, the protests continued, and then they began electing people to political office, locally to Congress, which has resulted in a conservative Supreme Court, and editorially, we're back where we started from over 50 years ago with the recent ruling of the Supreme Court.
Thank you. Stay here. Don't go away. So since March 12th, 1987, March has nationally been recognized as Women's History Month, and is only fitting that in city of Sunnyvale recognize that as having the first still existing city, California city, to have the first full-time female mayor, Edwina Benner, whose photo is also not here right now. But I would also like to take this time to recognize our 2 council members, Alyssa Cisneros and Linda Sell, for their service to the community and representing the contributions of Sunnyvale women. And we also recognize the hundreds of women who lead, create, design, manage, and work in the administration for our wonderful city, as well as all the other women who contribute greatly to the advancement and prosperity of Sunnyvale and all of our communities in the Bay Area. Therefore, on behalf of the Sunnyvale City Council, I proclaim March as Women's History Month. So you get that? Yes, you get that. No, it's all yours. Thank you, Margaret.
I
Go
have
ahead.
one more comment to make. I have a wind velocity meter at home because I'm kind of a weather nut. It hit 42 miles an hour today on that. It has done it one other time, and it was in 1999, I think over 20 years ago, the wind's gotten that high. And you can tell by the trees and everything.
Thank you, Margaret. Next, I would like to introduce Liz Dietz with the American Red Cross Silicon Valley chapter, who is joining us tonight for a special presentation and update. Liz, the floor is yours.
I am exceedingly proud to be here because we both raised two sons that went to Fremont High School. Both my husband and I are graduates of Leadership Sunnyvale. And I was one of the first instructors for your SNAP program. So yes, so we wanted to stay here longer, but with my disabilities and other kinds of things, we needed one floor. So that's why we had to move to the Villages, where Barbara Waldman is one of my neighbors. Red Cross, by the way, I'm dressed in my attire today because 300 of us are on disaster duty right now. And yes, we know the poor wind is flying and the rain is all over. We are covering from the beginning of the border of Oregon, and we're going all the way down through San Diego. I am in charge of disability integration and access and functional needs, making sure that we take care of our staff and our clients. We have all of our people on duty at the time. My specialty really is teaching, so I do that because I'm a retired professor from San Jose State. So speaking to a group is not a problem. I want you to know that beside Blood Cross and blood services, we do disaster services, but you also have a wonderful place called Moffett. I am responsible for the Red Cross duties at the military entrance processing station, along with helping out in the 129th. Red Cross is available for all people at any time. We have a 24/7 phone available for people to call for information. We are now able to schedule blood drives and individual blood donations on the computer, etc. I truly am proud to be here. We had a great life in Sunnyvale. There were wonderful things and we had great friends that we continue. And I appreciate the time of being here. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Liz. And I just want to thank you for what the Red Cross has done, during emergencies, and especially the emergency for the last 3 years, whether or not it's blood drives or everything else that you're doing in our community. Thank you very much for you and your team. I'm happy to proclaim on behalf of City Council, March as Red Cross Month in the city of Sunnyvale. So-
That's fantastic.
Thank you very much.
And yes, my husband, who does public affairs, would be very perturbed if we didn't have a picture. Uh-oh. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is my pleasure to be here. You got it.
And next, we'll move on to oral communications. Members of the public will now have an opportunity to speak to council on a topic not on our agenda tonight. This section is limited to 15 minutes and may be extended or continued after our general business. Individuals are limited to one appearance with a maximum of up to 3 minutes per speaker. A reminder to the public, please submit your speaker card now to the city clerk. or raise your digital hand or dial *9 on your telephone. If you wish to address council, I will call on members of the public participating in person first, and then we will ask remote participants to unmute their microphone when it's their turn to address council. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak, and for members in person, we have a countdown timer with lights, green meaning go, yellow meaning 30 seconds remaining, and red meaning stop. Before we get to the public, Councilmember Melton has 2 announcements.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Klein. A couple of public announcements. The first announcement is Sunnyvale's next city council meeting. As part of the move to the new Civic Center, several public meetings will be held at the Washington Community Swim Center Conference Room. Members of the public will continue to have the option of participating in person or remotely via Zoom. You can watch via YouTube. Due to this move, our next council meeting on March 21st will not be televised on Comcast Channel 15 or AT&T Channel 99. The Washington Community Swim Center is located within Washington Park at 255 South Pastoria Avenue. To learn more about the public meetings taking place at the Washington Community Swim Center, contact the city clerk's office via cityclerk@sunnyvale.ca.gov or 408-730-7483. We look forward to seeing you at the Washington Community Swim Center on March 21st and then moving to the new Civic Center. The next public announcement is Overcoming Bigotry, a Sunnyvale Unity event. Sadly, we continue to see hate crimes, hate incidents in our city. It's frustrating and many feel called to take action. A community coalition made up of the City of Sunnyvale, the Lakewood Village Neighborhood Association, Sunnyvale School District, Fremont Union High School District, and Santa Clara County Supervisor Otto Lee have partnered to respond with a series of community gatherings. We want to examine bigotry, explore solutions, and strengthen Sunnyvale's diverse community. We hope you will join us at our first event, Overcoming Bigotry. It is scheduled for Thursday, March 16th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at Lakewood Elementary School. Check-in and refreshments begin at 5:30 p.m. Register online at this URL. It's bit.ly/svunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Melton. I have 2 speaker cards. First up is Stephen Meyer, followed by Marie Bernard.
Good evening. I have a presentation. And before that, the service by Public Works and today DPS turned out to do a lot of tree removal and helping out the city. My power's out at home. I think a lot of Sunnyvale is out of power. So thank you for the hard work. So tonight I'm speaking regarding the In-N-Out Burger restaurant that's at El Camino and Remington. I've encountered this issue quite a lot. I've spoken with many of you about it. We're not making any progress. So I'd like to go to the next slide. So this is a satellite view. The situation is there's only room for 14 cars to queue on the lot. And the traffic backs up onto El Camino, down Remington, into the intersection. And it causes a great deal of congestion. There's blocking of sidewalks, there's blocking of bicycle areas. It causes road rage. And it also blocks VTA buses from getting to the bus stop. Next slide, please. So I would deem this a public nuisance, causing safety issues, it causing potential rage to happen. I get very angry when I'm backed up. I'm trying to get to my job. I'm sure other people get angry. And it's really not fair to bicyclists and pedestrians. So next slide, please. The history is that staff had concerns initially about the overflow. They reported those concerns in their reports. Planning Commission denied the project. But for whatever reason, council went ahead and approved it with special conditions. Special conditions is that In-N-Out would go bend over backwards, that they would not cause problems in El Camino. Clearly, they are not standing up to their side of the bargain. There are consistent problems there. Next slide. This is a denied application. Commissioner Howe, we all know him. You should listen to him. The Planning Commission voted no. Next slide. City Council granted the appeal with conditions. These conditions are not being met. Next slide, please. I have filed 2 separate Sunnyvale requests. They are both closed at the moment. And staff says that they cannot do anything. Cannot is a strong word. It means they won't do anything. Next slide, please. Actually, some cities are taking action. Santa Barbara is taking action against their Chick-fil-A. This is public land, which is to be used for transportation, not for storing cars, not for idling cars, not for queuing and having fun as a family, making everyone else join your party. Next slide, please. Is this a violation? This is a violation. Please don't punt the problem to DPS. This is not a DPS problem. This is a design problem. This is a problem that you, council, need to take action on. Please do something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Marie Bernard.
Good evening. My name is Marie Bernard from Sunnyvale Community Services. I'm here tonight to inform the city council and city staff that our agency's mortgage in our new facility was originally held by Boston Private Bank. That bank was bought last year by Silicon Valley Bank, and our mortgage required us to deposit $1 million in reserve funds as security for our mortgage. We have paid the low interest payments on the mortgage as we continue to raise funds for the project. But on Friday, when SVB went bankrupt, we feared that most of the $1 million held in reserves was lost, or that we would be required to immediately pay down the mortgage. Thankfully, there has been some good news from Washington that the FDC will protect the $1 million reserves, but we still cannot access those funds until our full mortgage is paid. This banking crisis underscored the reality that safety net nonprofits like ourselves, who are tapped into our reserves all during COVID and scraped together funds for a new facility, were always operating at the margins. We remained open every workday during COVID. We were the means that the city and the county distributed millions of COVID relief funds to our residents, and we've now distributed over $12 million in financial aid since the start of COVID. But even though we lassoed millions of pounds of food and tens of millions of dollars into our city, we find that our own reserves are now thin. After years of programs being chronically underfunded and government funding and donations now shrinking, we're half sobering statistics. Of the 10,595 low-income people we served last year, we are now seeing severe cuts to the SNAP food stamp program that hit low-income residents in our city on March 1st. People are literally now hungry in Sunnyvale. Families of 4 had $240 cut from their budgets, and 42% of the children in Silicon Valley are food insecure. We have to buy 25% of the food we distribute, and we just heard from the food bank that they are severely cutting back in a month on all basic protein foods. No more milk, no more chicken, no more eggs for thousands of Sunnyvale families. And eviction notices are being posted and pouring in, and people are coming into our offices. Like our clients, we must now choose which bill to pay. We're trying to urgently prioritize how we are going to prevent and address homelessness and hunger. We already are reducing our housing case management, and we have to decide next month if homebound seniors or children will get milk. We're one of the most highly rated nonprofits in the whole country, with a 12-year 4-star Charity Navigator ranking. We're grateful for all the support we've received from our city, which has been massive, both during the crisis and also during our 53-year history. But in the weeks ahead, we'll be asking our city and our community to help us find ways to bridge the gap in program and infrastructure funding so that we can be ready to help our neighbors for decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie. That was my last speaker card for anyone in the room. City Clerk, do we have any remote participants who wish to speak?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll close oral communications and we'll move on to our consent calendar. I'll open the public comment on consent calendar items. Members of the public wishing to address council, please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Use the raised hand feature now or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak on a consent calendar item. I have no speaker cards. Are there any remote participants wishing to speak on consent?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is there a motion from my colleagues? Vice Mayor Dean?
I move the consent calendar.
Thank you. Councilmember Cisneros?
I second.
Thank you. City Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Vice Mayor Dean, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Mellinger,
Yes.
Mayor Klein,
Yes.
Councilmember Cisneros,
Yes.
Councilmember Sell,
Yes.
Councilmember Srinivasan,
Yes.
Councilmember Melton.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Let's move to our general business. Our first item is item 23-0351, Fury Park Plan Review to allow modification to the Community Benefits Program for an approved office development at 675 Allamore Avenue. Is there a staff report?
Yes. Good evening, City Council and members of the public. I'm Sheetal Devatia, the project planner for this modified project. The site at 675 Almanor Avenue is located in Perry Park specific plan. Next slide, please. In terms of background, the site was developed through a Perry Park specific plan review permit, which was approved by City Council in 2017. The project entitlement was for 150,651 square feet of R&D office building located in 4 stories at 100% FAR. This entitlement also had an associated community benefits program, which included 15 FAR points for architectural or access elements to the project, which included 2,500 square feet of retail space and a publicly accessible front yard space along the frontage on Almanor Avenue. The project completed its construction in 2021 and has since been vacant. The project was constructed about 650 square feet smaller than what the entitlement was. And so the project as it stands today is at 99.57% FAR. Next slide, please. The planning division received an application from the project property owner to ask for a modification to a certain portion of their building, which was to convert the retail space to cafeterias for their employees only and remove the publicly accessible front yard. This change would modify their approved community benefits program, and this modification can be addressed by contribution to the Community Benefits Fund, which is about $1 million, which is calculated at 50 square feet per square foot. The picture that you see is the project before you as it's built today. This is the site plan of the project. The yellow portion is the footprint of the building, and the red area, which is at the bottom right of the site, is the 2,500 square foot retail area, along with the striped areas, which was the frontage for the public access, which is the modification being proposed. Next slide, please. Planning Commission reviewed this modification and approved the change in accordance with staff recommendation. Staff recommends to the City Council to approve the proposed amendment to the permit and the Community Benefits Program based in the findings in Attachment 3 and the amended program in Attachment 7. This concludes staff presentation. The applicant is here as well tonight for the council to provide a presentation and have any questions the council may have for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of staff? First up is Councilmember Sell.
So this in lieu of fee equates to about $1 million. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what purposes could that $1 million be put towards?
The city does have, this is part of my exercise program tonight. The city does have a community benefits fund, which was formally established in, I think, 2017. Tim Kirby is on the line if we do have more questions about it. But generally, the fund is collected from a variety of different projects that are requesting to do something, to get an entitlement for more development. And the community benefit fund is used for things such as improving city facilities, perhaps fire stations, ADA ramps. The council has authorized that, although that money hasn't been spent yet. So there are a number of different community programs that could be small or could be large that funding would be used for. So this community benefit, once paid, would be added to the community benefits fund. And then the council gets to decide.
Okay. And then for this community, instead of I believe the developer wants to have spaces so the company can have spaces where people can eat. Would that help move us towards our greenhouse gas goals because people would be staying on site instead of driving all over for lunch?
Absolutely.
And does staff support this in lieu of?
We do. We recommend, just due to the nature of this business, and this would not be the only building in Moffett Park, so they could actually assist their employees in other buildings in providing a convenient location to have lunch where they would not necessarily need to get in an automobile and drive somewhere. They could walk over. So it seems like a great trade-off to allow them to retain the security that they would like for their building.
Okay. And then my last question is, say there's a different company that moves in or a different developer, could that become retail again in the future if there was
It could, but we're not giving the community benefits funding back. So that could be considered as a separate.
Okay, so we don't need to give it back.
No,
right.
that's to complete the occupancy of the construction. They would need to do that. Right now, they can't use that space for a cafeteria unless this program is modified.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Vice Mayor Dean.
Thank you. And thank you so much for the presentation. I appreciate you being here tonight. You might have mentioned in your presentation, but I was having trouble finding the specific number in the staff report. What this is proposing would be a new community benefits fee of roughly $1.1 million. What was the previous community benefits fee that we were requiring them to pay?
Yeah,
This wasn't one.
they had a small amount.
Yeah.
Approximately $860,000.
Okay. Thank you. That was the only thing.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank
I
you.
was going to invite you to come to.
No. You were, yeah. At least yours is just few paces. I have to come. But thanks for excellent presentation. I have only one question. The 8 a.m. answers, you said Synopsys will have their corporate headquarters in this building. Is that correct?
You can certainly clarify that with Synopsys. That's our understanding.
Okay, very good. Yeah, yet another company in Sunnyvale. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Yeah, thank you. This time I don't have very many questions at all. It's very straightforward to me. And I appreciate the presentation and for the suggestion here. So it says on the slide that the in lieu fee amounts to about $50 per square foot. Great. What I'm trying to grasp is, are we getting a good deal here? What it would be the worth of, commercial space, and would it do well? Not, I know the area around it isn't too populated and you have those employees, but what's the value we're getting here as a city?
So we didn't do a study in this case. We have it in a number of development agreements that have been more recently established, and the $50 a square foot was felt to be a good rate for really compensating for the value that they're getting and giving something to the city. When the Perry Park specific plan was first approved, which was 2017, the community benefits were a lower amount because the land values were different.
Okay. Okay, so that adjustment now makes a lot of sense to me because that discrepancy there kind of had me a little tripped up. That's all the questions I had, but thank you very much.
Thank you, council member. And I had several questions. First of which is, one of the things that when we envisioned Perry Park, it was adding conceivably retail there to try to make it more walkable, not just for a cafeteria specific site, for what as most developers do. Do we think that retail is still viable within Perry Park?
Yes, we do. Not particularly this spot because of who the tenant might be. And this works for them and it kind of serves the same purpose. But there are many other sites in Perry Park that could be redeveloped and would potentially be able to support retail. It is a changing market.
Right. And this is the question of remote work and all that, but it's trying to, as much as we want to reduce the need for people to travel, there's also the concept of walking to a nearby retail that if as opposed to a cafeteria on site, you have this trade-off of what that retail ultimately is or the variety that employees often are looking for. So just trying to get a better feel for that, for a community benefit. And going back to the 2017 RTC, there were other community benefits that were included besides the ultimate retail that was envisioned here. There was outdoor seating and as well as space proposed as far as exercise equipment along the south end of the site. Is that's already there?
Well, the outdoor seating is part of this amendment because it was adjacent to the building. But the other open space and equipment has been installed and is in operation.
So the outdoor seating that's here, that will.
It just won't be open to the public.
It won't be open to the public. Okay, that was the clarification. And then as far as community benefits coming from Perry Park and other portions of the city, just trying to get a better feel for in lieu fees and just kind of community benefit money. And you've mentioned like ADA curb cuts, which is kind of citywide. Do we have a good feel for what has been collected in Perry Park versus other parts of the city?
We do. I'll have to remember because we did calculate that yesterday. So if you don't mind, I will go look at it while you're taking public comment and I'll answer it after your public hearing.
Okay, I'd appreciate it because it's conceivably, and we've heard this as we're starting to look at Moffett Park also, that as we're doing community benefits, are they focused in the area where, and not that they need to be exclusively, but a percentage wise, and I'm not looking for whether or not we are focusing, 90%, 100%, whatever that percentage is now, just getting a better idea of what's already been collected for Perry Park versus other portions of our city would be useful. You can come back after we go to public comment.
Okay, actually,
oh.
Late breaking news, Shadle knew. I should
Thank
have
you,
just let
Shadle.
her answer the question. So for the projects that have been approved in Perry Park, there's been a total of not quite 16 million assessed, and about half of that has been paid. So several of the other projects have not progressed to the point where they would have to pay that community benefit fee. So that's 7 point something, almost 8 million.
Okay, I appreciate that. I was just trying to get a better idea of, and when we set up the Perry Park specific plan, we talked about, there's a variety of things of either fees or retail, outdoor seating and other things to make, bike paths and other things to make the area more walkable, more livable from a community standpoint and it's mainly a business park, but there is how you make it, more viable for people to actually work.
Yes, and many of those things have been accomplished as part of the projects. There's open space across the street that's been provided. for the campus, the Irvine companies, the Pathline. So there are a variety of different items of the projects that have been constructed that have added to the community benefits, but aren't necessarily contributions to the community benefit fund. Another big project that I neglected to mention when the question was asked is that some of the civic center funding came from community benefit, but that was citywide community benefit, not specific to Perry Park.
Yes, thank you very much.
We put it in that bucket because it's all intermingled.
Totally understand.
The
And
finance term, Tim.
next we have Vice Mayor Dean.
Thank you. I wanted to jump in with a couple further questions. As I was thinking a little bit more about this, and I'm going to ideate a tiny bit from the dais, and I'd love to just get staff's thoughts on it and feedback. Did staff ever, or in their communication with either Dolinger Properties or Synopsis, discuss the idea of the cafeteria being open to the public?
They specifically didn't want a place open to the public because of their security.
Yeah, I know. I noticed in their letter they did cite the security concerns and COVID-19 vaccination requirements, but I guess the reason I'm asking is one of the things I recall when I was growing up, my dad used to have a private practice for his dentistry office near Stanford's campus, and it was right next to the Children's Hospital. It's there, or the General Hospital. I forget which one it is. And I remember when I was little, and I would go visit him. Sometimes we were hungry. We would actually go to the cafeteria in their hospital, and they would allow us to go there and buy it, even though we weren't associated with the hospital at all. And so, well, I'm understanding of the security concerns. I asked this question, and I'm curious to hear staff's analysis of what Dolinger Properties is telling us, because retail is an important benefit to the community. I mean, the monetary benefits that we're getting in exchange do exist, and they are important, but I still think we're losing something. That's why we're asking them to pay. And so if there is a route forward in which we could still somehow get that cafeteria opened up to the public, they still get their cafeterias, they get to feed their employees, they don't need to put retail in, but we still get something for the people that aren't just working there. Do you see a route forward for that, or do you just think it's not possible in the way
If it was open to the public, we wouldn't be here because we would consider that retail.
Okay, that makes perfect sense.
But I did want to just mention that Perry Park is very different than downtown. So in downtown, you've had some office buildings approved. There's a policy in the downtown specific plan that if those office buildings want to have food service, a cafeteria, it has to be open to the public. And that's because it's a different environment. It is a retail environment surrounding it. And we wanted to assure that the retail businesses in the downtown and the food service businesses are not negatively affected by that.
Okay, thank you so much. And this is why I'm glad I'm able to ask this out loud too, because I totally trust your thinking and your analysis on it. So I'm satisfied with what I'm hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I had one last question, and not specifically to this project, but it's our move to food cycle for businesses, multifamily, all that. And especially as this is becoming a cafeteria, as this is becoming an active site, has the tenant, has the developer finalized how we're enabling food cycle on this specific site?
The tenant improvement, the TI for this project, for this building is under review. And ESD, which is the Environmental Services section, which oversees the program that you mentioned, would have input and would ask them to comply with whatever the current standards are.
Okay, and I just wanted to so I know we've talked about this in the past, and it's when does it kind of go over the goal line of, okay, all new, let's say all the new tenants, hopefully, that are doing improvements. And that's why I'm asking specifically now that there's still, let's say, some flexibility on what the conditions of approval are, because we're changing this from what's currently in front of us. Will this be finalized to have the food cycle bins, to have collection, to have it incumbent upon their employees to do the appropriate food waste separation to make sure that this is viable?
Yes, that's already in the program when our ESD colleagues review the plans.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And that was all the questions from council. Thank you. And I will go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. So members of the public wishing to address council, please submit a speaker card If you're remote, please raise your digital hand or dial *9 on your telephone if you wish to speak. I'll call on members of the public in person first, and then the city clerk will ask remote participants to unmute when it's their turn to address city council. The applicant is provided 10 minutes at the beginning of the public hearing to address the city council, and they'll have an additional 5 minutes at the end. Is there an applicant presentation?
Yes.
Come on forward.
Good evening, council. My name is Derek Larson, and I'm the representative for the project applicant Dollinger Properties. And I'll be presenting tonight with Po Popal and Aaron Guzman from Synopsys. Tonight, we're here to request approval to convert the 15 defined community benefit points for the flexible community benefit points for our project located at 675 Almanor. And we're excited to announce Synopsys has decided to make this their corporate headquarters after 35 years in Mountain View. So that's a big win for Sunnyvale. Next slide. So 675 Almanor is highlighted in teal. It's on the north end of Perry Park, right below Highway 101. The area highlighted in purple is the occupied space of Pathline Park by Synopsys. So this brings Synopsys's occupancy to 4 buildings, which is over 500,000 square feet there. And they're going to be staffing over 2,400 employees, which is a significant number for the area. Next slide. Here's a couple of photos of the project. It was approved or entitled in 2017. I think we started construction in 2019. We finished in 2020, and we're excited to have Synopsys come on board. They're currently in the process of their tenant improvements and going to be opening up this summer. Next slide. The 15 defined community benefit points are 10 points for the 2,500 square feet of publicly accessible retail and 5 points for orientating the retail towards the public open space. And we're requesting to convert those points to 15 flexible community benefit points, which makes for over a $1.1 million contribution to the Community Benefits Fund, which goes towards projects like the City Civic Center improvements. And it sounds like you guys decide where the money goes. But I know the Perry Park Shuttle Program is one of the programs, and Perry Park Firehouse, it sounds like, is out there waiting for funds as well. And the reason we're making this request is because this building is going to be Synopsys's corporate headquarters. And because of that, the public access just poses too great of a security risk. Next slide. We do feel like this is a win-win for the city. As you guys mentioned earlier, this project site was intended to have some retail element to it. It generates sales tax revenue. It also reduces the trip counts during the day for people flowing towards Matilda to get food. And having what Synopsys is going to be building is over 5,000 square feet of cafeteria space. That's going to be all kinds of food stations to keep people in the park and not leaving the park, creating congestion on the surface streets. It's going to generate the sales tax revenue. We'll be making this over $1.1 million contribution to the Community Development Fund. And to answer one of the earlier questions tonight, back in 2017, had we elected to pay the fee, it would have been $30 a square foot. So $50 a square foot is significantly more now. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Po Popal to talk about the use of the space and the importance of security at the building.
Thank you, Council. My name is Po Popal. I represent the Workplace Resources team at Synopsys. So I'm just going to give a brief summary of the space and how we plan to use it. So this is what you see on this image is the first floor. On the second, third, and fourth floors, just basic office space, a lot of cubicles, offices, and meeting rooms and whatnot. The first floor has some unique space. In the plans south and kind of in the middle, there's like an open area. That's our front lobby, and to the left is our bistro, and to the right is our executive briefing center. So our bistro is going to support, like we mentioned earlier, the rest of our campus. We also have another cafeteria across the street at Pathline Park as well that's going to support our campus. So our employees are going to have plenty of options from the two cafeterias that we're going to support them. They'll, we're trying to keep them on campus as much as possible, as we mentioned. And also the executive briefing center, the EBC, that's where we invite a lot of executives from other companies to come meet with our executives, people from all over the world to come take a look at our products, our solutions. It's a highly sensitive area, as has been mentioned. But in general, that's basically the summary of the space. And we also have some labs in the back left. You'll see 2 open large rooms. We have some very highly sensitive labs and things like that. So brief summary, and I'll hand it off to Aaron Guzman.
Hello, members of council. I really appreciate it, and staff for all the work on this. And I always just am so impressed with people that would spend so much of their time for the city. It's always I don't know. I just really appreciate it. So I'm Erin. I've been at Synopsys for 25 years. So I've seen a lot of changes. And I just want to say that I think we're really excited to have everyone together. It is a huge move for the company to change their address. Seemingly on paper, it seems so easy, but it's something that, has come up before in the past, and the company has not, made the move into a different city. So we're excited about that. We are all together, and more people are coming into the office, and it's just been great to have areas we can gather, and the cafeteria that we have existing is full. We anticipate the next one will be full. So, and we're all within walking distance. So we're excited about that. And I could just say briefly, Synopsys has been part of the community for a long time in Sunnyvale, and one of our old buildings in Mary, we did a lot of hosting of activities and events. Sunnyvale Leadership and Leadership Sunnyvale goes the opposite way. And I do just want to say I had no idea Marie was going to be here tonight, but definitely we've had several employees who've served on the board of Sunnyvale Community Services, and we just understand. And we provided some funding here and there. We just understand what a huge asset they are to the community. Arbor Day. I mean, we just have a whole list of things, and we look forward to being part of the community. And as we continue on. All right. That's it.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the applicant before we go to the public? Councilmember Srinivasan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I had a question. There, you mentioned sales tax. Is the cafeteria charging for food that other things, or?
Exactly. The cafeteria food will be partially subsidized, but it will generate sales tax on the sales.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much. So I wanted to talk about the sales tax again. Will it be paid? The sales tax will be paid on the full value of the meal or the truncated value of the meal from the subsidy?
That's a good question. Bo, do you want to clarify?
I believe it's the truncated value. We have a small subsidy. Chicken salad costs about $10, so this employees still pay a decent amount. Yeah.
Thank you. And just for the benefit of members of the public, could you talk a little bit about, Synopsys as a business and, the line of industry that you're in, and why the security is so essential?
Synopsys, the core of our business is really about providing software for folks that make chips. That's in, we're pretty much can say we're in every chip that's in every product around the world. We also have a growing security business. So we like to say that we're all the way from software to silicon, because we're working with increasingly companies that are software companies on their quality of their software, the security of their software. And that translates all the way into the security of our software and all the way into the security of our products that our customers are making around the world. So we have a very broad ecosystem with extremely highly technical people at our company. You know, over 80% of them around the world are engineers. And here, you know, locally, we have, you know, just a lot of our, I don't want to say centers of excellence, but a lot of our deep technology. And as Poe was mentioning, a lot of our customers do come. We have the type of product where it doesn't come off the shelf. So we have a lot of engineers that come with that software. And so we have a lot of exchange of, you know, technical work and other things going on in our campus, and our employees go to other campuses. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you very much.
Great, great.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Sell.
Hi, it's not every day that a large company decides to move their headquarters to Sunnyvale. So I just, if I could possibly ask, what are the reasons you're making this move to Sunnyvale as your headquarters? If you could share that, or what makes this attractive for you, so we just know.
Yeah, Synopsys, this is our first opportunity to be in one central location I've only been here for 4 years, but from my colleagues, they say it's been over 20 years where we have one central location. So about 3 years ago, we moved to Pathline Park. We were the first occupants at Pathline Park. We built 3 office buildings, or we did the 10 improvements of 3 office buildings and a cafeteria at Pathline Park. And we had one building, our headquarters, in Mountain View at 690 Middlefield Road. And so we've been trying to find a way to move that building for a long time. And as Derek showed in the slides earlier, this is right across the street from the rest of our campus. It's a great opportunity to bring collaboration in one central location, and build a sense of community, not only amongst our employees, but with the city itself, bringing everybody close together in one location.
And then why would people choose to stay at the cafeteria instead of like going to all these other places, and what keeps them wanting to stay?
That's a great question. So we were thinking about that when we decided, okay, how are we gonna keep or make the space beneficial for our employees? And so one of the ideas that we looked into is the type of foods we serve in this cafeteria. We're calling it a bistro as opposed to our cafeteria, because we want our employees to know that we have a different types of foods in our cafeteria than what we have in our bistro. We're also partnering, our food service provider is partnering with local restaurants that can also provide food. So it kind of builds, again, that sense of community with local other local businesses as well. Also providing a rolling menu where we change it every week. So providing all these different options in our 2 cafeterias, our existing one and our bistro, and then also providing all these different options. We're hoping that we'll keep our employees on site.
Okay, thank you, and welcome to Sunnyvale.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the questions from council. So we'll go ahead and go to the public. I have no speaker cards on this item. Does anyone want to speak? Come forward. I see none. City Clerk, do we have any remote participants?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. The applicant has an additional 5 minutes if you want to come forward and have some final comments. Up to you. Okay. So I will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Are there final questions or motion? Vice Mayor Dean.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm ready with a motion.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I move the staff recommendation. Sorry, I had it open a second ago. Alternative 1.
Thank you. Councilmember Mellinger.
Second.
To your motion.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the applicants for coming here today and for your wonderful presentation. I think, it's important to me that I make that motion because as you heard from my questions to staff earlier, it is something I'm thinking deeply about. Are we doing what's best for residents and doing what's best to increase, the vibrancy of our city's business community? And so seeing Synopsys choose Sunnyvale as its location for its headquarters is definitely a gain for the community. I'm excited to see it. And I feel confident that we've exhausted, the process of ensuring that this is what's best for everybody. And I'm happy with what staff has put before us. So I encourage my colleagues to join me in this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I will be enthusiastically supporting this motion. I just want to say I am thrilled to have Synopsys, welcome Synopsys to Sunnyvale. Having a company of this caliber joining our city is a coup. It's fantastic news. I just want to also say a couple things about the merits of the specific request. One, a company like Synopsys is very clearly in need of some enhanced security protocols, I'm sure. And I completely understand their desire to have a closed campus. Two, we will be getting sales tax revenue from the bistro. And that's something that we can always use more of. And three, we are entering some, let's say, straitened economic times right now. And having an additional $1.125 million in the coffers is something that I think is extremely attractive right about now. So I will be enthusiastically supporting this motion. I want to echo Councilmember Sell's comments and say welcome to Sunnyvale.
Thank you. Councilmember Srinivasan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I will be supporting this motion. As a technologist, I like another technology company coming to Sunnyvale. Welcome to Sunnyvale. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll be supporting this motion. Definitely, it's always great to hear a company that's already here looking to expand and especially bring their headquarters here. So, for me, and seeing what you can do as far as co-locating your headquarters with the buildings that you already have makes a lot of sense for you, as well as, it makes, very good sense for Sunnyvale to have yet another great company headquartered here. And I did have some questions about the community benefits and the walkability of this community. I think, at least for your employees, it's a fantastic location. Looking at ongoing retail in the community, I'm happy to hear from our staff that the concept of retail, general retail, commercial isn't given up from the concept of Peary Park. As we look at adding additional walkability, retail, commercial, and of course, Peary Park's ride program, looking all that conceivably makes it a very vibrant location for people to come back to work. And with the layoffs, with everything else, it's a changing environment. That being said, most companies are looking forward to having people in the office because that co-location, that collaboration is critical to make sure that the companies are workable and succeed in the long term. And yes, a global company like Synopsys is fantastic to make sure that they have employees all over the world. I have friends that joined Synopsys 25 years ago and are living, I think, currently in Hawaii. So from that standpoint, it's good to see that you're basically co-locating your campus into one site, and that site is Sunnyvale. So I'm happily supporting this motion. And with that, City Clerk, can you please conduct a roll call vote?
Yes. Councilmember Cisneros, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Sell?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dean?
Yes.
Mayor Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Melton?
Yes.
Councilmember Srinivasan?
Yes.
Councilmember Mellinger?
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Our next item is item 23-0036. Appoint applicants to our Bicycle Pedestrian Advocacy Advisory Commission, Board and Library Trustees, Heritage Preservation Commission, and Sustainability Commission. Is there a staff report?
Yes, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Sandra Barajas, Deputy City Clerk. There are currently 5 vacancies across the city's boards and commissions. Council interviewed applicants on February 28th. Pursuant to Council Policy 7.2.19, Boards and Commissions, the mayor has selected to conduct individual candidate roll call votes for the appointment process. We will announce by board or commission each vacancy, including its term, and then we'll read each applicant's name. Council will vote on each applicant. The candidate receiving the most affirmative votes and at least 4 affirmative votes will be appointed. The process is repeated for each board or commission. Should a tie between the candidates receiving the most affirmative votes occur, the affected applicants will be voted on again. If a tie still remains and the affected applicants each have received at least 4 affirmative votes, the mayor will ask the city attorney to draw the name of the person to be appointed. Should no candidate receive at least 4 affirmative votes for a vacancy, the vacancy will remain. This concludes the staff report, and I'm ready to address questions from council.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council? I don't see any, so I will open the public hearing on this item. Members of the public wishing to address council, please submit a speaker card. If you are in person, if you are remote, please use your raised digital hand or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I'll call on members of the public first, and then the city clerk will ask those remote participants to unmute when it's their turn to address council. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I see no speaker cards for anyone wishing to speak in person. City clerk, are there any remote participants wishing to speak?
No, Mayor.
Okay, I will close the public hearing. We'll now continue the appointment process. The city clerk will be conducting a random roll call vote for each candidate. After tabulating the votes, the city clerk will announce the voting results. Ask for a motion to address each commission with more than 1 term length and share any tied votes that require council action. Council, do you have any comments or questions related to the process or the candidates beforehand? No? Okay, city clerk, can you start the roll call?
Yes, one quick note for the council and the public. Council's typical practice is to vote yes or abstain on each candidate. First, we will be looking at the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission. There is currently 1 term that is vacant with the term ending June 30th, 2024. For the first candidate, Charlene, Mayor Klein, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Sell,
Yes.
Councilmember Cisneros,
Yes.
Councilmember Srinivasan,
Yes.
Councilmember Melton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dean,
Yes.
Councilmember Mellinger.
Yes.
For the second candidate, Parthiv, Councilmember Mellinger, how do you vote?
Abstain.
Mayor Klein,
Abstain?
Councilmember Srinivasan,
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Dean,
Abstain.
Councilmember Cisneros,
Abstain.
Councilmember Melton,
Abstain.
Councilmember Sell,
Abstain.
Moving on to the Board of Library Trustees, there are currently 2 vacancies with 1 term ending June 30th, 2024, and the second ending June 30th, 2026. For the first candidate, Edna, Councilmember Melton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Sell,
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Dean,
Yes.
Councilmember Cisneros,
Abstain.
Councilmember Mellinger,
Abstain.
Mayor Klein,
Abstain?
Councilmember Srinivasan.
Yes.
For the second candidate, Mina, Vice Mayor Dean, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Melton,
Yes.
Councilmember Sell,
Yes.
Councilmember Srinivasan,
Yes.
Councilmember Mellinger,
Yes.
Mayor Klein,
Yes.
Councilmember Cisneros.
Yes.
For our final candidate, Parthiv, Councilmember Mellinger, how do you vote?
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Dean,
Abstain.
Councilmember Melton,
Yes.
Councilmember Cisneros,
Abstain.
Councilmember Srinivasan,
Abstain.
Councilmember Sal,
Yes.
Mayor Klein.
Abstain?
Next, we have Heritage Preservation Commission. There is currently one vacancy with the term ending June 30th, 2026. For candidate Sue Ellen, Vice Mayor Dean, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Klein,
Yes.
Councilmember Melton,
Yes.
Councilmember Srinivasan,
Yes.
Councilmember Sal,
Yes.
Councilmember Cisneros,
Yes.
Councilmember Mallinger.
Yes.
And if I'm correct, we will not be voting on candidate Edna.
Actually,
We are?
I think
Okay.
we have to still.
Okay.
Yes.
Apologies for that. For candidate Edna, Mayor Klein, how do you vote?
Abstain?
Councilmember Mellinger,
Abstain.
Councilmember Srinivasan,
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Dean,
Abstain.
Councilmember Sal,
Abstain.
Councilmember Melton,
Yes.
Councilmember Cisneros.
Abstain.
For Sustainability Commission, there is currently one vacancy with the term ending June 30th, 2023. For candidate Catherine, Councilmember Cisneros, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Sal,
Yes.
Councilmember Mallinger,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dean,
Yes.
Councilmember Srinivasan,
Yes.
Mayor Klein,
Yes.
Councilmember Melton.
Yes.
Thank you. If we can go back to the Board of Library Trustees, Mayor,
Yes.
we can have a motion to determine which candidate will serve the term ending June 30th, 2024.
You don't need a break. We were going to take a 5-minute recess, but it's up to you.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll take the break.
Okay. At this point, we will take a 5-minute recess and come back at 8:45. Thank you.
I guess. We go into. Yeah, but I was like,
Bradley.
remember getting the. Oh, I was. I remember reading.
No, but it's
Then figuring that out. Oh.
it's all these tech companies. Problem is, they're all just dated.
Yeah, outside.
You will bank at Andrew.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like.
You want everything.
I don't. Because I walked through that quarter.
As a source of complaints. It's excellent as a source of complaints. Oh, you have. You should get plenty of them. Unending. Actually.
Remember the mayor.
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm very excited. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, where did those fell off? Right.
Right. Okay, let's go ahead and reconvene. And City Clerk, can you please announce the voting results and whether or not we need any motions?
Yes, Mayor. For Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, Charlene has been appointed to the term ending June 30th, 2024. For Board of Library Trustees, we have Mina that has been appointed to a term which will be determined by council. For Heritage Preservation Commission, candidate Sue Ellen has been appointed to the term expiring June 30th, 2026. And for Sustainability Commission, we have Catherine that has been appointed to the term ending June 30th, 2023.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Dean.
Thank you. If I'm recalling correctly, do we need a motion to ratify all of these?
We just need a motion to ratify the one that has 2 terms.
And putting her onto one of the terms.
Yes.
Let me just open to that page so I can get the term length. If I'm recalling correctly, it's 2024 and 2026.
Correct.
Then I move that we appoint candidate Mina to the term ending 2026.
Thank you. Councilmember Sell.
I second that motion.
Thank you. Are there any comments? Councilmember Mellinger.
I would like to point out that if we appoint Ms. Judaconda to the term ending in 2024, she could in theory serve a full 10 years. And I think that she struck me as a very well qualified candidate, and I'm happy to consider giving her the short term so she has the opportunity to serve the full 10. I would be curious to hear if any of my colleagues would support that as a substitute motion.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Dean.
Or perhaps a friendly amendment?
I could do that as a friendly amendment.
I would be happy to accept as a friendly amendment.
Sorry. Councilmember Sell. That's fine.
Oh, I accept it too.
Okay. So any other comments? There's still hands raised, just checking.
I just wanted to comment that applicant Mina Judaconda had a strong application in which it showed that she is very involved in kids, schools, and her love of the library came across in her interview and came across in her application.
Thank you. Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Klein. I think Ms. Judaconda is an excellent applicant with a lot of service to the city of Sunnyvale, and I think she'll do a great job on the Board of Library Trustees. For as long as I've been a public official in the city of Sunnyvale, I've heard the notion that we have a great applicant, we should appoint them to a shorter term, so that the potential future thing could come to reality of being able to serve a full 10 years. My opinion on that is if we have a great candidate, I want the great candidate today to be able to serve the longest term possible, because nobody knows the future, right? As my wife would say, inshallah, right? Ms. Judaconda will be able to serve the full 10 years, but we don't know what's going to happen in her life. Maybe she'll want to run for city council or take another shot at the school board. So I'll support the motion, but I'll just say, I'm not here to try to map out somebody's life or try to, take on something that a higher authority really has ultimate responsibility for. So thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you, Councilmember Melton. And I'll be supporting the friendly amendment motion. Thanks to Councilmember Mellinger for proposing it. I do think that, and as Councilmember Melton said, either would be applicable. It's conceivably 10 years versus approximately 8 years. For me, either one is viable, and I'm hoping that we have her for 8 to 10 years, because we do see turnover on our different boards and commissions. And so with that, City Clerk, can you please conduct a roll call vote?
Yes. Councilmember Cisneros, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Srinivasan,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dean,
Yes.
Councilmember Mellinger,
Yes.
Councilmember Melton,
Yes.
Mayor Klein,
Yes.
Councilmember Sell.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Next are council member reports on activities from intergovernmental committee assignments. Are there any? First up is Councilmember Mellinger.
Yes, last month I attended the Caltrain Local Policymaker Group as an alternate for the first time. We had an excellent discussion on funding for grade separation and the approach Caltrain wishes to take with grade separation along the corridor. So fun fact, all the grade separations along the Caltrain corridor are estimated to cost around $10 million, which is actually greater than the estimated cost of electrifying the corridor. So there's some substantial challenges there, and Caltrain, is really looking forward to try and get these resolved and get these funded. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sal.
I attended the VTA PAC meeting, Policy Advisory Committee meeting, and they talked about the VTA's efforts with Safe Routes to School. They reported on how Sunnyvale and other cities were doing. Some other city council members invited cities to do joint bike campaigns with them. So I'll be talking to those city council members and then relaying that to staff if that makes sense in any way.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Dean.
Thank you. VTA board met twice over the last month or since my last update, both for its regular board meeting and its board workshop. During the board meeting, they heard reports on how VTA is performing, especially coming out of the pandemic and where we're at compared to pre-pandemic levels of ridership. But then more interestingly, during its workshop, they went over what our process is for evaluating our routes and how we're performing on operations. And I use that as an opportunity to bring up the issue that we've heard from our residents about Route 55 and making sure that there's connectivity between North Sunnyvale and South Sunnyvale. I also want to report related to VTA that I've been working with VTA on trying to establish a community meeting. It turns out there are quite a number of VTA policies in place on how outreach occurs. So just know that I'm working really diligently to try and ensure that this meeting can occur in some capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I have a quick update from Silicon Valley Clean Energy. One of the things that PG&E did earlier this year was raise the rates, actually a lot higher than what was originally expected. And that ultimately means that because, well, Silicon Valley Clean Energy did one thing at the end of last year was make sure that the rates for electricity for those Silicon Valley Clean Energy residents that are utilizing it is 4% lower than PG&E. But because the PUC allowed PG&E to raise the rates even higher than what was expected, that will mean approximately $19 additional million that will go towards programs within our cities, within all the cities that are part of Silicon Valley Clean Energy, as well as other programs around the state. So I'll have more updates as those programs roll out, but definitely it's good that we're part of a CCA. It's good that we're actually have some availability of funds for electrification within our community. So I'll have more later, but so far happy to see what Silicon Valley Clean Energy is doing. I see no other comments from council. Are there any non-agenda items or comments? Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Klein. I think it was great that Marie Bernard, the Executive Director of Sunnyvale Community Services, paid a visit to Sunnyvale City Council. She texted me over the weekend, and I'm sure she texted perhaps all 7 council members and many of senior staff, talking about the challenges that Sunnyvale Community Services is facing. And the way I thought through what I was hearing from Marie, both over the weekend and today, was that there were sort of 3 tiers of issues that she's facing. So tier number 1 is the day-to-day challenges. And I've heard Marie say, right, we can't get bread, we can't get milk, we can't get eggs, and people are hungry now in Sunnyvale. So that's a day-to-day thing. Then tier number 2 was operational. So I heard Marie say, we and our board at Sunnyvale Community Services are having to think about cutting back services that we've typically provided and that frankly, the city of Sunnyvale has come to expect us to be able to provide. And now those are called into question. So I would refer that as a tier 2 operational challenge. And then the third thing was what I would refer to as an existential crisis, born by the bankruptcy of Silicon Valley Bank. And I heard Marie say things like, we have the $1 million deposit, and we're not sure that we're going to be able to get all of that because part of that was over the insurance limit. And she was raising questions about solvency, survivability, things like that. Now, thank God, Washington did the right thing. I think the FDIC, through experience, has always come through in situations like this, and they made the right policy decision to just say, we're going to cover 100% of deposits. So I think that was a great policy call. All of this is just my way of winding up to say to the city manager, something that I think many would agree with. Sunnyvale Community Services is a treasured organization that does just amazing work here in the city of Sunnyvale. I, for one, support them completely. And Mr. Steffens, if you need to bring an agenda item, whatever that may look like, I'm not presupposing anything, that would have my complete support. If you need to agendize something and ram through an emergency measure or whatever it is that may have dollars attached to it, I just wanted to say, please feel free to go ahead and do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Melton. Councilmember Sell. Mike?
I agree with Councilmember Milton. I served on the Housing and Human Services Commission, and for several years during the pandemic, I saw our community, those most in need, hurting, and I saw Sunnyvale Community Services be able to work on competitive grants and win the competitive grants and be able to serve our community. So it saddens me that the community group that is there to help our community is in such a situation where they're going to have to make choices. Do I help the elderly person or do I help the children in need? So whatever the city manager thinks is appropriate, I would support.
Thank you. Councilmember Mellinger.
I want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. Sunnyvale Community Services is a critical part of our social safety net here in the city of Sunnyvale. And I would look forward to an item on, how we can best support them, especially again, as we seem to be heading into difficult and choppy economic waters. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a possible study issue whenever we're done with the current round.
Go right ahead.
All right. I would like to propose a study issue to examine adding art crosswalks to the city of Sunnyvale. A number of cities have been adding art crosswalks throughout their areas. I believe Cupertino recently did a rainbow crosswalk. And that besides, livening up the community, creating more public art, celebrating diversity, all wonderful goals. There's also some evidence that art crosswalks improve safety by encouraging drivers to slow down. So I'd like to put that forward as a study issue.
Co-sponsor.
Sorry?
Co-sponsor from Vice Mayor Dean. I will be happy to co-sponsor. Anyone else?
Co-sponsor?
Co-sponsor.
Councilmembers Cisneros, Melton, and Srinivasan,
Co-sponsor.
and Councilmember Sell. Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is regarding Sunnyvale Community Services. I was on the board. I served on the board and then financial committee. So I know the finances of SES. It's really a tight organization in the sense that every dollar matters. And then especially if they have to pay for somebody else's failure, like Silicon Valley Bank's failure, it's really disgrace in some level. So I would also support anything city manager would propose. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cisneros.
Yeah, thank you. And I'd like to echo all of my colleagues' comments about the importance and just lend my voice to perhaps give direction on this. Hearing that
I don't think it's acceptable for us to have hungry people in Sunnyvale when we could not have hungry people in Sunnyvale. And Sunnyvale Community Services has done such a good job. Marie Bernard mentioned their rating on Charity Navigator. They're the top-notch of the top-notch nonprofits. So I'm proud to support them. And, you know, I know it's tight and we're going to need to make decisions. And I realize that it's budget time, but this is something that I think that we have not just a partnership with Sunnyvale Community Service, a responsibility for our partnership, but also a moral responsibility to go ahead and take care of those who are struggling the most, prevent homelessness, and continue to, be service-oriented leaders. So I think it's important. I'm excited that that could potentially come before us, and I understand that there could be hard choices around it, and I'm willing to make them. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And as Councilmember Melton said, yeah, definitely Marie and others on the board did a lot of advocacy over the weekend, and I was happy to talk to Rokana's staff over the weekend, and definitely our congressional leaders, and we're working especially for Congressman Kana, who represents a good portion of Silicon Valley, was working very closely with the president's office and making sure that this moved forward. You know, it's not just the FDIC, backing this up, but it's showing the faith in our banking system. So happy that it looks like this will at least not directly affect Sunnyvale Community Services in the short term. But that being said, they do look at their operational costs and seeing what's happening at the Bay Area right now. It's very difficult, kind of this post-COVID world, as some money is drying up. So happy that Marie was able to be here, and happy that all the things that they're doing in our community. And with that, City Manager, do you have any comments?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. A couple things tonight. I wanted to, we already talked about future council meetings, and they will not be in this council chambers. What I really wanted to talk about is services this week. Moving day starts in earnest on Thursday to move to the new City Hall that'll be open Monday morning. So it's very exciting. Our one-stop permit center will be open Thursday and Friday all day. So they'll be moving over the weekend. Our other primary service counter, the utility billing service counter and finance, will be open until noon on Friday. And then we'll transition and be open Monday in the new City Hall. The other thing I wanted to just report out, we were very busy with tree calls today, over 60 calls to Public Works Department. Our crews were very active in responding to limbs and trees that had fallen today. I know there was some vehicle damage. I'm not aware of any personal injuries so far, so that's relatively good news. The other thing I wanted to do is just take a moment and really thank and appreciate our staff from the city clerk's office tonight. And they absolutely scrambled and pulled off a miracle when we had an internet outage late this afternoon to get everything set up in the council meeting so that we could have a regular council meeting with connectivity to Zoom and YouTube so our community could participate. And it really went out without a hitch. And so, Sandra, thank you so much. And Daniel also, both experts. It's so fantastic to have the depth of resources that we have in the clerk's office with the knowledge and skill to pull something like that off at the last minute. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And definitely thanks to all city staff, because it has been an interesting day, to say the least, for Public Works and Public Safety, as well as IT and City Clerk's office, all while we're trying to finish packing up before we go into our new building. So thank you for all of that. We will now be adjourning to closed session, and Vice Mayor Dean will be conducting that closed session. We'll return later for a closed session report. Vice Mayor Dean.
Thank you. Council will now convene to close session. All right, let me just. Yeah. Good evening. Let's call to order the special council meeting closed session of March 14th, 2023. Before we get started, I'd like to remind participants of some procedural items before this meeting. During the meeting, remote participants will remain muted when not speaking. If remote participants have a question or comment, please use the raise hand feature. Speakers will be called upon to speak one at a time. Members of the public may participate in person, online, or by telephone to provide public comment. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk in person or use the raised hand feature online to request to speak, *9 on a telephone. Location and teleconference meeting details are available on the council agenda. Captions are available to viewers accessing this meeting via Zoom. Captions can be displayed or hidden using the live transcript button. Following this closed session, we will return to the chambers for the closed session report. City Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor Klein,
Present.
Vice Mayor Dean,
Present.
Councilmember Melton,
Present.
Councilmember Cisneros,
Present.
Councilmember Mellinger,
Yes, present.
Councilmember Srinivasan,
Present.
Councilmember Sal.
Present.
Thank you, 7 present.
Thank you. Members of the public will now have an opportunity to address the city council on the closed session item. Members of the public wishing to address council, please submit a speaker card to the city clerk or use the raise hand button now or dial *9 on the telephone to indicate you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, then the city clerk will ask remote participants to unmute their microphone when it is their turn to address the city council. Speakers will have 1 minute to speak. For members in person, we have a timer with lights. Green means go, yellow means 30 seconds remain, and red means stop. I have no in-person speaker cards. City Clerk, are there any remote participants interested in speaking?
No, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I will go ahead and close the public comment. City Council will now adjourn to closed session in the West Conference Room.
There's. Tell me when. Okay, let's go ahead and reconvene our city council meeting at 9:50 PM. Vice Mayor, can we please have a closed session report?
Thank you. Council met in closed session and there is nothing to report.
Thank you. This meeting will be adjourned at 9:50. Thanks to everyone who participated and joined us tonight. Thanks for everybody who came to council in this chambers for the last 53 years approximately. 1970. So thank you for everyone and thanks for attending, and we'll look forward to having a new home sometime soon. Thank you. Have a good evening.